Hello, gamers. Welcome to the start of another stream. Glad to have you, and thanks for clicking, thanks for joining. We're here for the launch of a new game. It is not Football Manager 26. It is Europa 5 Universalis V. Which is out now. And, dude, I am mentally checked out. I'm gonna be totally... I'm gonna be just really upfront with you guys. It took all of my willpower to turn the stream on today. All of it. I've already given up. I'm just here anyways, okay? I feel coming into work how you feel going into work. The boss scheduled the hours, and I have to show up. So here I am. I am ready to read for 7 hours straight and not do anything. Time to just read blocks of text and try and decipher the ancient scribbles to understand how to interface and interact with this new game. If I am unpaused by the end of stream, then someone will have already killed me and replaced me with Evil Etel. So, dude, I'm a little. What? This is a good word for this. There's a good English word for this. Just to make sure I get it right. Yeah, no, I would describe that myself as disheveled today. That's a great word. Untidy and disordered. Mentally. Kind of... not disorganized is not the right one. Disheveled is perfect. It just means unorganized, almost to the point of disoriented. I feel like I'm talking through a dream right now. I feel like I'm speaking to you in my subconscious. I'm already taking massive psychic damage. I haven't even got started. There you are. There you are. Discombobulated. I am discombobulated. I am Robert Downey Jr.'s opponent in Sherlock Holmes. Thank you, Cyan Xenos, for 32 months. Time to get cozy. Oh, yes. So cozy. So cozy. Crispy Games is hissing at chat. That's an appropriate response. What's up, Crispy Games? Poison BL gifted a sub to Ultrasaurus. I'm confused because it says here that you subscribed. 6 months gift subscription courtesy of Poison BL. Okay, so it comes across my notifications as a gift sub, but you're sharing it yourself. What's up, Ultrasaurus? Minus $60. I was confused on the notifications I saw. It is minus $60, chat. They don't let you complain about games for free. Okay, if you're not nice, they just stop sending you codes. You know what I mean? I bought this on my own free will. Not sure how much free will was involved, but I bought it myself nonetheless. But anyway, Thank you for that 6 months of gift sub, Poison BL, if you're out there. And thanks a ton, Sander Clance, for 84 months. That's a lot of months, dude. Approaching 100. So thank you for supporting the stream. And therefore the ranting for all this time. I'm stoked for this. These rants will be that of legend. Here's the thing, right? I don't think the rants are going to be... It's not really going to be especially ranty. I'm more... like I said, it feels like I just showed up for like a work shift of mopping the floors. You know what I mean? Like that's the level of excitement that I'm at right now. I have anti-hype. I am anti-hyped. I feel like I'm about to go like clean the public bathrooms. Tell the game how disappointed you are in it for me. For you, Attack Frog? See, the thing is, I could never be disappointed in Europa 5 because I have zero expectations. So I will not be disappointed, for I have no expectations. But I'm going in because it's new. It's a new game. It is a new game that is available to be streamed on Twitch that is also in the genre of games that I have streamed for hundreds of hours. And also, the other option for today was Football Manager 26, which I have been very much advocating that I'm going to be playing it upon its release, and that immediately got rescinded. The second that I saw people in chat talking about how terrible it was before it even hit proper early access release. And today, it has come out to, well, that 24% positive reviews. 24. Just a sea of red. So like I was interested in this, but holy, I haven't seen a 24% positive review rate or even close to that in I don't know how long. For what it's worth, I saw a lot of positive reviews before today. So that's so worth nothing. That's what you're saying. That's worth nothing. These are the reviews, okay? Like it or not, this is the truth. It doesn't matter if you saw someone's positive review. This is how it is. It's 24% positive. That's the end. There's no other way to spin that. If they release these games once a year, that's the thing. Football Manager 26, they revamped every system. Basically a different game. That was why everyone was so excited for it. Because 24 was the last one. They skipped 25 so that they can make a whole new one. Instead of just updating rosters. So this is not the same yearly one that they did before. This is a whole new engine. Anyway, that one's dead. And so here we are. And I gotta say, I have not even started a game. I've seen nothing outside of what I've watched from other streamers for Europa. And I'm already here to nitpick. I'm here to nitpick it. Because there's like looking at Gotta just take it down already. I said I wasn't gonna get ranty. Let's just keep it calm. Looking at Europa Universalis 5 makes me angry. just looking at it. In a way, like, if I am in Severance and I'm at the computer, I am putting all these scary numbers in the garbage. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just look at it and something about it upsets me visually. To get more specific, we've got mustard as a primary color scheme, and it's mustard, royal blue, and scarlet or crimson red, okay? We got like the primary colors except mustard, and then the Europa logo is blurry. If you're looking at your phone or possibly an iPad and the screen is smaller, it might look fine to you. But I'm just on a 1080p monitor, and the actual like Europa Universalis logo here is blurry because they couldn't get like the resolution up high enough for the main menu. Mustard color scheme. It's gonna kill me, man. Anyway. Hello, Fox.gif. Thank you for 23 months. I appreciate almost 2 years of sub. Yiggity, thank you for 10 months. I do not know what you mean either, but thank you for priming. Angry Jack Russell's also back. Hi, Angry Jack Russell. Thank you so much for the sub. Getting good frame rate though. I'm getting 144 FPS on this main menu, yeah. All right, so for the record, no, this doesn't have like bad reviews or anything like that. It doesn't have great reviews. It has like okay reviews so far. Because some people in chat were like trying to figure out why I feel so negative already. The answer is just because it's a complicated answer, but I just don't. We just spent 2 to 3 streams trying to learn how to navigate the new content in Crusader Kings 3. And it seemed like there was going to be a lot of depth up front because it was difficult to figure out the ropes of how to get going and how to get rolling. But then once we did get rolling, we discovered that there were a lot of moving parts initially that led nowhere, and there was no actual depth to playing Japan once you kind of get over the very initial basic learning curve. And I suspect that that will be true for Europa Universalis 5 writ large over the course of an entire game, as opposed to just learning how to play one country. That is going to convince you that there is a significant amount of depth until you actually get over that initial learning curve, and then you realize you get to the top of the mountain and look over the clouds and you're like, but where, there's nothing here. That's what my expectations are. So I'm just going to be spending however much time to try to figure out how to play, only to realize the same thing that I just realized in Crusader Kings 3. That's my expectation. But anyway, the reviews are fine right now. They're mostly positive. It's 71%, which is honestly, you'd think it would be higher based on a lot of people in chat's comments, because I think there's a number of people who are like, chat would say, those of you who are playing it right now, you're having a lot of fun, you're enjoying yourself, and it seems like there's a lot of depth and you're having a good time. But 71% seems lower than I expect based on the chat sort of initial response. But I think what you'll find is most of the positive reviews will have a small number of hours, and most of the negative reviews will have a large number of hours. Okay, we got 264 positive, and a 112 negative, 59 positive, 41 negative. All right, so those are pretty even. 45 negative, 40 positive. It's 50-50. on those. $112 negative. I don't know if that's the same one we just saw. 40 or so negative, 40 negative, 40 negative, 30 negative, 40 positive. I'm just curious. I haven't looked at this until now. Low hours, 122. I like it. Honestly, any review that doesn't have at least 20 to 30 hours here is useless. 51 hours positive. That's not true. I'm not going to have 50 hours. All right, look, any positive review that doesn't have at least 50 hours is useless. Any negative review of any length is useful. All right, there. How about that? Where are all the pre-release reviewers, man? Get these 1 hour stinkies out of here. Like, I'm gonna give it more than 2 hours, dude. Like, get the refunders out, right? Like, get the 2 hour on the dot refund negative review out of here. Drive me crazy. Can you sort by hours? Is that a thing? No, because that would be a useful filter feature. On the main page you can? You can. Interesting. Only 29? Okay, that makes sense. Game just came out. So if every review over 10 hours, it's mixed. Every review 1 to 10 hours is mostly positive. so that's kind of what I expect. Let's go to 15 or more hours. 60%. Let's go to 20 or more hours. Wait, what? Hold on. What did I say? That doesn't make any sense. So 15 hours, they stopped and... Wait, it shows 20 reviews. Shouldn't this encompass more? 15 no maximum is only 20 reviews. 20 is or more is 27 reviews. "23 minutes in and he hasn't paused the in-game music yet. Hey, dingus, this is not the game's soundtrack. Math is hard." I don't understand how Steam is sorting these. Can anyone explain this actually, though? Okay, let's go higher. What if we go to 30 hours or more? There's 25 reviews. What? 40 hours or more. There's 23 reviews. 50 hours or more. 19 reviews. Go to 100. Go to 90 hours. 12 reviews. I feel like it's not showing me stuff. Honestly, Steam review sorting is always been garbage. They hide reviews not in your language. Use the new helpfulness system. No. Language. All languages. Playtime, 15 hours. 41 reviews. All right, there's a test. Let me go to 20 hours and see if the number changes. 38 reviews. All right, that makes sense. Let me go to 30 hours. 16 reviews. Let's go to 50 hours. Just making sure the number, 28 reviews. What? That increases. How do you go up 12 when you go from 30 to 50? All right, so I can't come to any scientific conclusions from looking at this because Steam's not showing me the data. So anything I try to conclude from looking at this is not going to mean anything. So who knows? All right, I'm done with that. I take back what I said about this being a useful tool. How many updates of Steam do we have to get where they change the presentation of the UI before they actually make it useful, dude? Like, well, look at this, right? What if I want to look for an early access game? Why is this what I see? Early access titles. We got auto playing video, like this is Netflix. We've got on your wish list game. It's on my wish list. I could just go click on my wish list if I wanted to see this game. Show me other things. Here's one game recommended for you. Get Cosmeteer. No, that's why are you just picking one random game to recommend? Explore your discovery queue. I'm here to discover games. Just show them to me. Extraction shooters. Okay, why do you have a scroll bar that you have to left click and you cannot drag? A? So you have to click the arrows. All right, 4X games. No, just show me the list of games that I'm here to see. Oh, the list of games, I'm sorry. You can only see 1.5 games on your screen at any given time now because they all take up the massive amount of space. So you have to scroll so far to see it. Like, why do you only see, like, you can't even see 2 whole games on the screen? Where's the old list of games that doesn't have like a full block devoted to it? You can switch it to this view, and it gets it looks better by comparison, but it used to look even better. And look, if you go to a game and go back, it just throws you back on the page. It's like, I don't know what you were looking at before. Figure it out. Where's my list? Oh, I scroll down and it auto reloads the jumbo size list at the top. So then you have to go back into compact view, then scroll back down to wherever you were looking before and keep clicking show more. And heaven forbid you want to click on a game, look at it, be like, do I want this game? No, I'll go back to this first screen I was just at. I'm back at the top of the menu again. No idea where I was at on the, scroll down. It inflates the list and you have to compact it again and then manually scroll down and keep hitting show more until you get back to where you were. It's unusable. All right, anyway, screw you, Steam. You used to be good. You used to have actual game sales and not like, oh, you can have 15% off. I'll give you 15% off 9 times a year, best I can do. Anyway. Speaking of, it's difficult to make user interfaces in 2025, let's start Europa Universalis 5, shall we? Welcome to Europa Universalis 5. Europa Universalis 5 is a deep historical grand strategy game about the why are you advertising? I already bought the game. I know what it's about. If you are new to Europa Universalis and its mechanics, we suggest selecting one of the recommended countries. Or, if you are already experienced as a world leader and want to skip the tutorial, select any country. I am not experienced, okay? And I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Play with a recommended country. All right, our choices are Norway, Castile, Holland, Naples, Hungary, or the Ottomans. Starting in 1337. Also, before I do that, I haven't even looked at the settings. Colorblind mode. Is that not already enabled? It looks like I'm in colorblind mode right now. Timer or action lock. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Graphics. Oh no, they use Vulkan. I'm using DX12. Nobody actually optimizes for Vulkan, so they always throw it in to try to get more performance, but they never actually optimize the renderer for their game. Look at Star Citizen, for example. And Vulkan crashes in every game it's in because they never devote the development time needed to make it good. Chat says Vulkan's very unstable. Good luck. Exactly. It's the reputation that it has. I already know. I would like graphics. I would like more than 2 times anti-aliasing. I'm not trying to RP like it's 2005. I guess MSAA is the best we got these days. 16 times texture filtering. Bloom, not sure. We'll have to see. Map, screen space, ambient occlusion. Turning it off may increase performance. It's interesting that when I started up the game with my 4090 and my massive CPU and like 64 gigs of RAM, that it automatically set the graphic settings what it thought would be good for me, and it's all low. So I'm initially a little concerned. No depth of field. Reflections, I would like reflections. Blur quality. What are you blurring in a map game? Shadows can be messed up no matter what. I might leave that where it is. Texture streaming. They're loaded in as needed. Lowers GPU memory usage at CPU overhead. There can't be that many textures. There's no way they have DLAA, right? No. Affect the quality of texturing of steep terrain surfaces. This might mess up the stream, actually. Changing the renderer. We'll see what happens. No, I think it's fine. Map. Probably gonna leave this as is. For now. Okay. Anywho, some of it was applies on restart. Okay, it's a good idea anyway. When we see smoke billowing from Etel's computer, we'll know why. Well, funny thing is, some years ago now, my computer actually did start billowing smoke because my graphics card nearly caught fire It was a EVGA before they went under. So I'm glad that that company's gone now, because they almost caught my computer on fire. They just started smoking out the back. I had to hold the power button down to turn it off. That happened with my EVGA at PSU. It's crazy. I don't know which of these is interesting to me. The thing is, I would like to play in Iberia, but I don't want to be a massive... Like, I don't want to necessarily do an expansion focus, because I feel like that would be tough to start out with. Maybe, like, here's the thing. At this stage, this is pre-colonization, so Holland is pretty small at this point, so maybe Holland would be a good check. It's economy focused, small land area, kind of keeps it narrow. However, then I have to pronounce Holland names. What are the Dutch doing up here? In Zeeland and Heino. The County of Holland is governed by Count William of already can't pronounce. It's just Avin. Avin. I think. Count William of Avin, who also rules the counties of Zeeland and Heine. Despite these diverse domains, Holland's location on the North Sea coast, halfway between the English Channel and the Baltic Sea, makes it a prime area for economic exchange and the development of a strong industry. If these opportunities are exploited, Holland could become a major economic power in the coming years. Focus on the economic development of your country, pursue national prosperity by exploiting the land, constructing buildings and roads, and exporting and importing goods in different markets. All right, this is one of the learning recommended countries for beginners that I am choosing here. And we're just gonna hop in. And yes, it's skipping for me too. Are you okay, Kim? Welcome to Europa Universalis 5. We have chosen muddy sand as our background color for every window box. Nearly 5 centuries of history are about to unfold before you. As the spirit of your nation, you have the power to choose how. You could conquer the world, develop your society into a flourishing utopia, or become an unrivaled economic power. Whatever you choose to do, history is yours to control. I clicked on next, but nothing happened. Okay. Let's go over the basics. Oh my God, how do you move the camera around? I wish someone would tell me how to move the camera. Game concepts are highlighted in blue and contain information about specific mechanics you may encounter. We could, for instance, say you play as a country. By default, nested tooltips are accessible by waiting a short time for them to lock. Okay, we know. I need to really decrease that time. That's a long time. You play as the spirit of the nation, an abstract representation of your country. You're currently playing as the County of Holland, a country with Count Guillaume as its ruler. The top bar consists of a few elements. Yeah, just a few. A couple here and there. Okay. If you are watching on your phone or iPad, can anyone watching on phone or iPad tell me what the numbers at the top left are? Like, can you see them? I can barely see them at 1080p. There are 4 green numbers at the top left. Not even close. You may notice that there is a date in the top right. This is because the game plays out in real time. Do not worry though, we are paused. The leftmost section of the top bar displays your estates, which are groups that hold power within a country. As a player, you are represented by the crown. Why on God's green earth did they choose to make Crusader Kings 2 portraits with 3D Adam Driver breathing difficultly in the background? He's laboring. Someone help him. We will get back to the estates later, but for now, keep in mind, every estate holds a percentage of the country's wealth and power and has a level of estate satisfaction that you can track on the top bar. The distribution of power between estates will vary from country to country, with some countries having access to unique estates altogether. I don't think that's what altogether means. All right, I'm just gonna have to, like, reading the tooltips here is not gonna do anything for me. I need to see it in context. It's so strange, dude. This really is unsettling because it's such a tiny picture portrait at the top left, but it's like the Crusader Kings 2 framing, but a Crusader Kings 3 character is like trapped in the past and is like looking through a prism mirror trying to like convince you to come save them somehow. You know what I mean? Like they're stuck in time and you have to free them. It's so tiny. The top bar. The top bar has numbers. We would tell you what they mean, but you're just going to have to mouse over them and read each one for yourself. You need money, but you also need population. Sure. You also need stability. Sure. We will visit the rest of the numbers when they become relevant. Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to say, because there's no way you're going to describe what all this means in one text box. Europa Universalis 5 plays out over the course of hundreds of years. You will probably quit or restart within the first 70 to 150. You can see the current date in the top right corner of the screen, which is also where you control the speed of the game. Time is divided into 6 different ages. Right now, we are in the Age of Traditions, which will end in the year 1342 to give way to the Age of Renaissance. Within each age, you will have access to new advances to research. As mentioned before, the game is currently paused, so you're not missing out on anything. I heard you the first time. Let's take a moment to go over some basic elements of the interface, starting with the tabs in the top left. There are 8 different people. All right, chat, we're going to start the criticisms right now, all right? Because if I was in charge of making a tutorial, the first thing that I would do is not hit the player with 5 abstracted text boxes of information that actually doesn't help you. All it says is, you're a country, and by the way, you're not just a country, you need money and people. Okay, I got it. So if I wanted to explain what a character panel was for, I would tell the player how to open it first. If you're brand new to this type of game to the point where you have to explain WASD moves the map around, then they're not going to even know how you got to this screen. It just appears. So the instructions should simply be, click on the portrait at the top left to open the character page. Okay, then you click on that and it opens the character page, and they kind of like guide you through not just what the information is, but how to access it, right? Because if they expect you to be brand spanking new, they have to treat you brand spanking new. You're either a baby or you're not a baby. So instead of like kind of vaguely explaining that there are numbers at the top of the screen, just start giving instructions and directions on how to do things. And then instead of saying, there's a bunch of shit at the top of the screen, we'll explain that later. Just don't even talk about it until the later point when you want to talk about it. Right? Like just wait until it becomes, you're going to wait to talk about it anyway. So just don't even mention it. Like, let it, like, for example, this page. Let us take a moment to go over the basic elements of the interface, and they just rattle them off. Government, economy, production, society, diplomacy, military, geopolitics, and advances. Okay, what do I do with that? On top of the game concepts that you find all across the game, some key game mechanics have associated hints that offer more detailed explanation, along with some suggestions. I'm starting to think that this tutorial doesn't actually teach you anything. It's just like, read all the tooltips, good luck. Whenever you see this icon in a tooltip, clicking it will take you to a related hint. Open the hints panel. Okay. We'll close the hints page. Europa 5 is a vast game that allows for countless different playstyles and possibilities. Regardless of whether you fancy yourself a ruthless conqueror, a shrewd politician, or an administrator endowed with the touch of Midas, there are some fundamentals that every successful ruler needs to master. Let us have a look at them. As we mentioned, literally 2 blocks ago, ducats are the most important resource in the game. Most actions cost ducats, and very often your ability to impose your will as a ruler, both outside and inside your country, will depend on the wealth you are able to concentrate into your hands. The path to global domination is paved with gold and get this AI shit out of here, okay? I don't know if AI wrote this, but one of your writers might be AI. You know what I mean? Like, they might be a human with a robot brain. Stop selling me the game. I've already bought it. Most of your finances are controlled from the balance panel, so let us have a close look at it. These like little idioms. I don't know if that's not an idiom. But you know what I mean. As we mentioned, ducats are one of them. Okay, yeah. I clicked it. I opened it. Let's have a look at the economy page. Here you can find an overview of your balance. The difference between your income and your expenses will be added to your treasury at the end of every month. You can manipulate the different sliders in this panel to modify your monthly balance. As we just saw, the difference between your monthly income and expenses is also displayed at the top bar. This one, I guess. Most of the wealth is generated on a monthly basis in the land you own, your locations. We will talk about locations later. This is the 3rd time in the first 5 minutes that they've been like, okay, so, dude, it's like someone, chat. I know you're listening to the music right now and you're distracted. So I'm going to turn that off so you can only listen to me. If you've played board games before, do you know that like those of you who've played board games, listen, the rest of you can check out. You know when you're explaining the rules to a board game and you're just so excited to explain the rules that you get carried away with your own explanation? And you end up like, okay, so locations are kind of how you win the game. Oh, I didn't mean to talk about that right now. Actually, you're trying to get ducats, and if you get enough ducats, then you can afford to get your balance. Well, we don't need to talk about balance. That's that's in-game stuff. Actually, what I meant to say was on your turn, you have actually 3 actions. You get like way ahead of yourself, and you just back it up. That's what I feel like we're going in right now. I'm in this explanation and I don't like it. I've been there every time. because they keep bringing up like a keyword and like, wait, no, let's not talk about that. For now, you can hover over the tax base number on the top left corner to see a disclosure of your richest locations. Okay. That is where the ducats are being generated. Sure. However, those ducats do not go into your treasury. As the government, you only control a fraction of the tax base by exacting taxes from your estate. You can set the level of taxation by adjusting the tax sliders in the budget panel. Notice how their estate satisfaction drops the more you tax them. They do not like taxes. The max tax you can set for each depends on many factors like how powerful they are. Sometimes you might not be able to tax a specific estate at all. For now, we recommend you automate. Okay. Dude, is that gonna be the like ultimate recommendation of every tutorial page? Is it gonna be like, all right, so taxes are how you get money. Anyway, that's pretty complicated. So right now we recommend that you just automate that. We kind of just explained this for no reason. So just click the automation button and that's how you play the game. The Gesellschaftlichen tax, automate that shit too. The burger tax, yep, automate that. Boring tax, don't even look at it. Okay, you got it. Want to keep satisfaction over 50%. Aside from taxes, another source of income is minting. Increase the treasury at the cost of inflation. You can freely mint to your heart's content to fix your budget, but minting too much will create inflation. You can learn more about inflation in the inflation hint. Inflation simply increases all expenses for the country, so it should always be avoided. Never mint anything because it will increase inflation, which again should always be avoided. If inflation is growing, adjust the minting slider in the economy panel to keep it from growing. If we have inflation already, setting the slider to minimum will... Did that not just rewrite what they just said? But like with more words? Slider to the right versus... More minting equals inflation, less minting equals less inflation, and they just kind of wrote this here and there. It's the same. Anyway, whatever. Move the sliders to mint some shiny ducats. Maximum. Make sure you are not creating inflation. Make sure. Don't do it. I mean, it says 0. Okay, it needs to be a green 0. The other two common sources of income are trade and food. Since those are more advanced concepts, we will not cover them for now. What the hell are we doing here? You can learn about them whenever you feel prepared in their respective hints. What are we doing here, man? Okay, I can go and read all the hints page later. We don't have to do all that right now because they don't even want me to do it right now. Let us unpause for a bit. Okay, this tutorial was made by chat. Like, okay, so move the minting slider around and we're ready to unpause, I think. Let's go, baby. Get that gameplay. You don't need to do anything. Unpause and let a month go by and see the numbers update. Oh, yep, you got it. We're unpaused, baby. Forced to unpause. We did it. All right. We accomplished. That was a good time to go take a bathroom break or maybe go get a snack or something. 1 month has passed and we have paused the game for you. You can see now that numbers have updated and your estates are contributing taxes. Many calculations in this game happen at the end of a month. Let us have a look at the expenses now. Many actions in the game cost ducats the very moment that you perform them, but even when you are not actively spending them, your balance has to bear the burden of regular monthly expenses. You can spend ducats on increasing stability and legitimacy, two of the most important stats that we saw on the top bar. We recommend you spend at least enough so that they do not decrease. Okay, spend ducats to keep stability and legitimacy from decreasing. Stability is here. Legitimacy is... Don't know, actually. This is sort of just like flavor text. That's legitimacy. All right. See, like, why not highlight when you say like this is the recommendation? Why not highlight the two? Like, you can't even tell that this is for legitimacy unless you highlight this one icon. All right, whatever. The maintenance cost of your standing armies, navies, and active fortifications can become a significant hindrance to your balance. Reducing their maintenance during peacetime is a sensible idea. Perfect. You have understood the basics of balance management. Man, dude, I got a sick award. Like a nice printout that I can put up on the fridge. My graduation papers. Incoming expenses are calculated at the end of a month. Ducats are generated in your locations and collected by your estates. Estates do not enjoy being taxed. But who are these estates, I hear you ask? And why do they not submit to your every whim? The estates are one of the keystones of ruling in Europa Universalis 5. Not only are they the sources of taxes, but they can be powerful assets when they are loyal or terrible enemies when they are disloyal. To continue, open the government panel. Open the country tab. Open the estate sub-tab. Any modern tutorial would simply guide you through each of these instead of just throwing you. I could do this without the help of this box. You know what I mean? Like, this is just telling me to do it on my own. I don't, what? Why even start the tutorial? It's gonna, I mean, as someone who's played these games before, I assume it's a tab at the top left. But for like, if this is for a new player, good luck, man. They are looking at this and their eyes are glazing over. That counts. I got all three. Open the government panel, open the country tab. I don't need to click anything else. Here you can see the different groups that control the political power in your country. The estates, each estate has a percentage of estate power. Your crown power is your ability to oppose their interests. Namely, it allows you to exact higher taxes. This is just a jargon paragraph. Increases estate satisfaction and your support in parliament. It makes changing laws easier and provides a percentage of the profits of trade. You can learn more by reading the hint. We're just gonna have to read those. This tutorial is just like figure it out later, basically. Your estates can be powerful assets when managed correctly, but if displeased, can quickly turn into an insidious thorn in your back. What happened to the game music? Also, just silence. On top of contributing to your treasury with taxes, estates are essential to the business of war, since you will depend on their levies to fight your wars until you can afford to replace them with regular regiments. However, if they are disloyal, they might start supporting rebellions against your power, potentially overthrowing your rule through civil war. You stopped it. I didn't stop it, you goober. It's unmuted right now. It's just not playing anything. Finally, estates are above 50% satisfaction will provide different bonuses to your country depending on their type, while dissatisfied estates will inflict penalties. Like, okay, if I were making a tutorial for Europa Universalis 5, I would simply give a scenario that I guide the player on how to set up the beginning of a game and walk you through what you would want to do at a game start and kind of just get you rolling. Right? Like, isn't that how Hearts of Iron does it? So it's not like they don't know. This is sort of just like a bunch of generic abstracted information that is, and then if you stop to read every tooltip, there's no application to the information, so I won't be able to internalize any of it. Like, estates are granted privileges which increase their satisfaction and power and come with additional effects for your country and your people. Like, I'm not learning anything. Revoking privileges will anger and weaken the target estate, although that can be a costly endeavor that will likely ruin stability. Despite them increasing the power of the estates and thus reducing your crown power, some privileges might align with your interests. It's like reading a terms of service. Like I'm reading a privacy clause. Granting a few privileges in times of need can be a wise course of action indeed, if only to extinguish a spark of rebellion. No king can rule alone. Social classes. Aside from privileges, estates derive power primarily from the social makeup of your population. Your population is divided into different social classes, each of which supports a different estate. The Adel are supported by nobles. The Geistlichten are supported by clerics. What happened? What just changed in the background? The burghers are supported by burghers. What's going on in the background? Oh, when I mouse over it, it's like changing the map. Spooky though. Okay, that's what's happening. The Boran are supported by peasants, laborers, and soldiers. Your population lives and dies in your locations, that is, on the map. So let's look at them. The world of Europa Universalis 5 is made of different countries that own locations from where they extract resources and manpower to stay ahead of their neighbors. If you zoom out, you will see country names appear on the map. Hovering will show you a tooltip, and clicking on them will open the foreign country panel, where you can learn about and interact with the country. By the way, when I zoom in and out, I go to 50 FPS from 140, if you were curious. I don't know why zooming... Like, if I stop, I'm at 144 FPS, and when I'm zoomed in, I'm at 100. Anyway. It's much smoother in Crusader Kings. Open a country panel by left-clicking on a foreign country. Okay, it's gone. Countries are nothing without locations. Locations are the heart of the economy and the politics of any country. They produce goods, generate taxes. They are home to populations. They can have 3 ranks: city, town, and rural settlement. Different location ranks have different social classes. Zoom in. The most important location for any country is the capital. Yours is Den Haag. You will recognize it on the map by the golden star inside its location rank. Double-click on your flag to move to the capital. You can also find any location by pressing F to open the finder. This is the first tutorial that's actually a tutorial. You know what I mean? Like that. This screen actually told me how to do 2 things that I would need to know how to do. Click on your capital, Den Haag. Okay. Before looking at Den Haag, let's stop for a moment to have a look at control groups. They live at the bottom of your screen and serve as quick ways to access a variety of things in the game world. You can assign locations, countries, markets, or armies to a number key. Press Control 1. Okay. Good job. Now pressing the number will pan over to it and open its panel. Let's look at the location panel now. Any location is populated by different social classes. As we just saw, pops increase the estate power of their respective estate. I don't know what that means or how that information is presented, but I'll take your word for it. The amount of pops of each class depends on buildings in the location, which can be built by you or your estates. They need to employ a specific social class in order to function. Peasants will promote to the necessary class to fill them. Some buildings will produce goods. Some buildings will produce ads on this Twitch stream, which we're about to play right now for 3 minutes. And I will look at chat in that time. Some buildings make goods. Bonk. Some buildings make goods, some buildings make bads. Bro. Nublarian for 41 months. Thank you for the sub. Says, glad you're playing this. I need the hate. 1,500 hours in EU4 and I refunded this so hard. How come I've not received my ads? They're on the way. Twitch is just slow today. There they are. They just arrived. Closet has resubbed for 53 months. Thank you, Closet, for the resub. War of the Worlds, thank you for gifting a sub to Lion Kingler. Appreciate the gift sub to Lion Kingler. How's it going? I wouldn't go so far as to say that this is the worst tutorial I've ever seen, but it would certainly make the top 3 so far. I feel like I am not being prepared for anything. I'm about to have to mouse. I already see what's happening. I'm going to have to mouse over every single screen element in the entire game and try and read their tooltips and their hint page one by one to try and figure out what information is being provided. A single icon at a time. I expect nothing from Grand Strategy tutorials. Crusader Kings is pretty good, which again makes this even more confusing. And I think Hearts of Irons is pretty good too. I don't even know what Stellaris' tutorial's like now because they've changed how the game works 5 times. So I have no idea what that looks like. But anyway, Duplarian, my pain is your gain. Squirrel Sanctuary, thank you for priming. I appreciate the new sub. Hearts of Iron improved a lot. The original was not so good. Yeah, it was also like 2016, so it was a completely different era. Almost 10 years ago. Simcopter, hello, howdy. Enjoy your lurk, dude. Good to see you again. and really appreciate 83 freaking months. You're here just in time for the grand strategy rant. Macho Man also jumping in for almost 3 years. Howdy, Macho Man. What's up? I played hundreds of hours of EU4, was hoping this was going to be good. A lot of people think it's good. Silent Zim. So, you know, a lot of people are already enjoying it. I don't know if I'm going to become one of those people. I'm willing to stand corrected, but I was hoping for a slightly. I had heard that I've heard mixed things about the tutorial in this game. Some people say it's good, some people say it's bad. Welcome back. Okay, not all locations have buildings at the beginning of the game, but every location specializes in producing a good in their resource gathering operations, or RGO. That is a special type of building that employs laborers to produce raw goods. Very much like buildings, RGOs sell their goods in the market to generate tax base at the beginning of the game. Here's the problem, right? Among many. When explaining this, like I never played EU4, so I have no basis of concept for any of this stuff. I have nothing to contextualize. So instead of just kind of throwing at me that locations have buildings that specialize in goods in their RGO, which means nothing to me, Paradox chose specific countries as their recommended starting countries for which they have made this tutorial. So why not maybe narrow the scope of the recommended nations to even fewer, but have those nations have more specific tutorials? Like, instead of just throwing at me, locations have buildings that make goods in their RGO. Why not direct me over to it instead of just highlighting dyes, right? I don't know what highlighting dyes means. I'm assuming that is a raw good, but like if I'm the tutorial, I'm saying something like, let's take a look at one of our locations. So we're in the capital, and the capital has buildings. Let's take a look at a building. Okay, I'm assuming these are these buildings? Brewery, weaponsmith, potter's guild, papermakers, but like, let's pick one of them for the sake of the tutorial and be like, let's take a look at what our brewery's doing. And so then you go over here and go, oh, this is a brewery, and it's a building in the location. What does it do? And then have it kind of continue there. And tell me how the RGO operates. Like, I don't know what it does or what it means. I just clicked on dyes, and now we have 2 + 1. I'm not sure what I did. Like, some things you click to expand. Oh, I spent 53 gold to do that. But some things you click to look at. All right, got it. You can learn about markets here. Dude, I'm not clicking that. I'm going to have to read all the hints after you're done with this tutorial anyway. As we have seen, the added profits of buildings and RGO constitute the tax base of a location. The tax base is then collected by the estates according to their presence in the location. Remember that you only receive a fraction of those ducats in taxes. For instance, the total tax base in Den Haag adds up to 6.98, of which you tax 1.98 from your estate. That's a lot of words? Yeah, it's a lot of words. Hover over the tax base. I have hovered over the tax base. Tax base of 7. It is thus divided. Estates, tax base share, taxed amount. The tax base of a location is distributed among the estates according to their population. Nobles get a much bigger share per capita than burghers, which get a much bigger share per capita than peasants. Okay, so the other problem is every country is going to have their own jargon for what they call nobles and what they call burghers and what they call peasants. So that's going to add a little bit to the confusion. I don't even remember what the second class is. The Geistlichken, or whatever they are. Okay. Buildings in RGO in your locations employ pops to create a tax base. The tax base is divided among your estates, who in turn provide you with taxes and levies. Does anyone else feel like we're kind of... Oh, it's a recap. Never mind. I was going to say, I feel like I'm reading the same thing over and over again and going insane. However, not all locations are equal under the sun. Let us discuss one of the most important stats of a location: control. Among other things, control determines the amount of wealth in a location that is usable by you and your estates. In other words, the tax base of a location is scaled by the percentage of control you have over it. The control of a location is dependent on its proximity to your capital. That is why your capital is the most important location. It will have high control. That means that buildings in RGO will always contribute the most wealth of your estates and your country. ADHD gamers are dying. They are dying, and you are laughing. Chat, is this easier than filing my tax returns? I would say no. I think filing your tax returns is easier. So proximity is important. Let us take a moment now to see map modes. They are different lenses through which you can see aspects of the world. If you hover over the control tooltip in the location panel, you will see the map mode button in the top right. When you click it, the map mode will change to show the control in all your locations. Okay. You are now seeing the map, the distribution of control across your land. Notice how it decreases the further your locations are from the capital. Due to control, locations in the periphery of your domains will not be nearly as useful without infrastructure. While on this map mode, you can click on other countries to see their control. Okay. Now let's have a look at the proximity map mode. You access it from the proximity tooltip. Okay, what do I do with that information? The proximity map mode shows how far away locations are in practical terms. You may notice how proximity spreads further along the plains and the rivers. I do not notice that. Well, I guess this is this a river? It doesn't look like a river. This is a river. We have a pretty small nation. So topography and vegetation play an important role in the calculation of proximity, and roads or ports. Clicking on different locations while on this map mode will show the path they are using to reach the capital. There are dozens of different map modes. Okay. For instance, you might be interested in markets or the distribution of population within your country. You can access them by hovering the widget at the bottom. Feel free to explore. Remember to go back to the default map mode, press Control Q. Okay, so we said that you need proximity for control, but how do you improve your proximity? There are multiple different ways, but one of the most important ones is roads. Roads improve the connection between two locations. Let us build a road. Wow! This is the first actual tutorial instruction that makes sense. Let us build a road from Den Haag. Notice it will cost you ducats. Ducats. Open the Den Haag panel. Den Haag. Click on the Road Builder button. Wow, these are like people movers. Some advanced ass roads for 1337. Click on any neighboring location on the map to start construction. Any neighboring locations. You don't care where I build it. See, wouldn't it make more sense to pick somewhere that has bad control? So our lowest control is like here. So what do we go? What do we go north? Road builder, or at least like to Amsterdam, because he has to like hop skip. Oh, I didn't see this one. What's the control here? 50? I click Amsterdam. I choose Amsterdam. Bravo! The road is now under construction. It will take some months to finish. You can see the construction progress in the circular widget on the map. This one? Okay. Once it finishes, proximity in the target location will improve accordingly, and you will see control rise. The construction of buildings, RGO, and regiments work similarly. They cost money, require goods, and take time. All roads lead to Den Haag. Proximity and control are among your most important mechanics to master. Your crown power tax base and the size of your levies will directly depend on the control you have over your locations, which in turn depends on their proximity from your capital. This means laying out roads from the capital is paramount to all countries, big and small. Aside from roads, proximity can also propagate by sea, although doing so requires good harbor capacity and maritime presence. Before we finish, we're almost done? What do you mean before we finish? Let us go over a couple of extra UI elements that you need to know, starting with the outliner. The outliner offers an overview of what is going on in your country. For instance, you can see the road you just built under the construction group. Okay, that's right there. The contents of the outliner are highly customizable. You can pin things, right-click a location, right-click somewhere on the map and look for the star icon. Oops, wrong button. Cool. Nicely done. You will be able to access everything you have pinned on the right side of the screen. We are almost at the end of this introduction. To help you focus on the part of the game you're most interested in, we automated some features according to the playstyle you picked. You can control what is automated at any time from the automation panel. Open the automation panel. From inside this panel, you can control what the game manages for you. For now, we recommend you stick to what's been set and go back to this panel when you feel comfortable with the basic features. Optionally, you could decide whether you want to automate your advances and your cabinet or leave them manual. Is that hard? Is it easy? You can learn more about these features and their respective hints if you decide to manually interact. Another important element you will be using during your campaigns is alerts. They will appear underneath the top bar and inform you of a variety of matters that will eventually need your attention, sorted by their level of urgency from most urgent to less urgent. Note that you will not get alerts related to the parts of the game you've automated. Most alerts have a hint. Shift-click on an alert to open a hint. All right, shift-click. Lastly, we recommend you look at the agenda at the beginning of the game, where you find a little bit of historical context for your country and a collection of those hints most relevant to your current situation. It's okay. I didn't get a chance to read it because you're okay. I can move this. Historical context, relevant hints. Start a learning walkthrough. That's what it says here. We are now at the end of the basic walkthrough. We advise you to proceed by embarking on a mission path of your choosing. Depending on your playstyle, missions will offer you goals and rewards. When a mission focus is selected, you'll receive a brief explanation that will expand your knowledge on that part of the game. Good luck, and may your nation prosper. Open the government panel. Open missions. Pick a mission. Start economy. We are now starting the economy walkthrough. We're gonna dive deeper into markets. Open the economy panel. Open market. Tutorial Season 2. The tutorial Season 1 was so generic that I'm wondering if I should even continue this tutorial. The tutorial's like going deeper into Inception. This is not a game for people with ADHD. Oh yeah, like, real talk. If I wasn't streaming, the only reason I've even gotten through the first tutorial is because I can't get away from this stream. I've turned it on. Like, me clicking the go live button locks me in here. In a caged room. It's the only reason I can even read these tutorials and click next. Otherwise, I would be like reading one page and then looking at my phone and then watching a quick YouTube video and then going back and like looking at the second page and then like opening up Arc Raiders to organize my inventory and then going to get a snack from the pantry and then coming back and like looking at the next page. You know what I mean? Like one by one. Or just skip it entirely. I'm really debating. Look, we'll start the economy one, and if I feel the same after doing it as we did about the first tutorial, then I'm just gonna restart. I've just barely made it where you are in the tutorial, and I'm almost ready for a break to go play EU4 for another few hundred hours. I'm a skip and then figure it out based on vibes kind of guy. That's all well and good. I am also normally like that. But every single pre-release description of Europa 5 that I have seen is that this is the most obtuse Paradox game ever released. Like, the thing I keep going back to is that I have seen Shinrir struggling under the weight of how to play this game. And if I have seen Shinrir struggling under it, then it is like, I have no chance. So immediately watching those streams just brought me down to earth, took out the ego, and I said, you know what? Maybe I'm not good enough to figure it out on my own. I should do the tutorial. And I also have, you have to understand, no experience with Europa Universalis 4. So people who've played chat, just a quick survey. If you have played a significant amount, in your opinion, of Europa 4, and you are now playing Europa 5, have you been having to work to learn how to play the new game? Like, would you consider, was it easy to pick up, or have you been like having to dig in and... Yes, I've got 3,000 hours in EU4. I'm pretty lost. Yes, it's vastly different. I'm trying to understand how to get burgers. Absolutely, yes. They're not the same game. It's very different, very hard to pick up. I haven't unpaused after 3 hours. Not similar at all. So, yeah. I am not confident that I would be able to just whip up a random country and be able to put context clues to figure out what I'm doing. The only thing you get from playing EU4 is you recognize nation names. That's it. Okay. Longtime EU4 player, I'm lost as heck. But yeah, I don't even have that foundation, so I know I wouldn't know what's going on. So I'm trying to... part of me assumed that because the Crusader Kings 3 tutorial is good, in my opinion, and the new Hearts of Iron 4 tutorial is good, in my opinion, that experience would lead to a good tutorial for onboarding for Europa 5. But it seems like they have forgotten everything that they learned in 2020 from Crusader Kings. Here you can see the list of markets where your country is present, while on the map, you can see all the markets in the known world. Okay, so these are the markets. So we are in the Bruges market. We are in Bruges with Colin Farrell. Every location belongs to a market where they sell the goods they produce and buy the goods they need. Many things in this game require goods. Pops need goods to live. Constructions need goods to progress. Buildings need goods to function. Armies need goods to fight. For instance, you can see on the map that your capital, Den Haag, belongs to the Bruges market. So anything you build there will use goods from that market. You can also right-click on the market name to open a context menu. Okay, a menu. The production of all locations is sold every month to the market stockpile, providing them with tax base. Conversely, all locations try to buy goods they need from their market by order of market access. The difference between the supply and the demand of a good will influence its price. Okay. That's a very basic concept. Note that markets transcend country borders. The production of your locations always go directly to their respective markets, so foreign locations in the same market might be buying those goods before you if they have higher market access. The market access of a location depends on its distance from the market center. And like proximity, you can improve it with roads. Locations will generally tend to belong to the closest market, that is, the one where they have higher access. Okay, see, I tried to read that slow, and I actually understand what this is telling me. I get it. Like, I understand this page. However, there's just so many better ways to present this information. In a practical way. Like in a book. Yeah, I feel like I'm reading an actual book. And then after I'm done reading the book, I will... Okay, it's like trying to read a book about how to build a car. You know, like in the book, all of the information on how to put the parts together is there. But until you actually start trying to like screw everything in yourself and get underneath the hood, you won't know how any of it works. Now, markets are never completely isolated. The moving of goods between two markets is called trade. Countries can move goods between markets by using trade capacity, creating a profit or loss in the process. On top of that, burghers living in a market will conduct trade on their own. By default, trade is automated, which means any trade capacity you possess in that market will be used up automatically on the best deals available. We recommend you leave this automated until you have more experience. Well, how do you get experience unless you stop automating things? Right? Finally, pups also produce and consume food. Food is produced mainly by laborers working in RGO with food raw materials, like wheat, although peasants working on subsistence agriculture contribute a small amount. Every market has a stockpile of food which increases or decreases monthly. If you run out of food, the population will starve. You can see the food balance of the market in the market card. Right here. Kind of blocking it. I'll move my camera. This market has a positive food balance. Its provinces are safe from starvation. 16,000 stockpile plus 312 monthly. Okay. Hello, Raiders. Lady Shelob. Hey, Avik is here. What's going on? Thanks for the sub. And the raid. We are reading a book right now on economics. We're reading a book on economics. And it's been... Like I said in the Go Live notification, if you want positivity, do not click. I think some people clicked anyway. Avik, thanks so much for 64 months of sub. Crazy amount of time. And Lady Shelob as playing Unbox the Room. I will toss a follow myself, actually. Thanks for coming over. First stream in a very long time, lots of troubleshooting. I know how that goes. But I hope you figured it out, got things running smoothly. But nice to see you too. Thanks for coming over. But Unbox the Room looks cute. I think I've seen that game on Steam. It reminds me of, I'm sure it was influenced by that other game that was like about moving. That came out a couple years ago, I think. I forget what that game was called. Unpacking, yeah. Cute games. But Avik, thanks so much for 64 months. Get grease in some palms so I don't starve when the pickings get slim. Well, it's 1337, so the pickings are pretty slim. Also, Lingonberry Punch, thanks for 58. Hello, Lingonberry. Crather with big 75. This is my resub message. You got it. Cybersade for 52 freaking months. Appreciate the Prime very much. Belial, hello, how are you? Right on time. We're in here. Like it or not, we're in here. Jedi Master for half a year. And Macho Man, thanks for almost 3 years, dude. Appreciate you guys. Let us continue by exploring goods. To do this, you can click the Pop Needs button on the market card. Here you can see the goods in a specific market. Since the Pop Needs filter is already applied, you are currently seeing the market balance of all the goods your Pops need. You can remove the market card to see the goods in all your country, including all markets where you own locations. I have no idea what that means. You can increase the supply of any given good in 3 ways. Expand the RGO. Resource gathering operations. To produce raw goods if you have the correct location. Construct buildings. Some of them can produce raw goods. Import via trade. For instance, you might create an RGO to collect wool, then construct a spinner's guild building to refine that into cloth, which is used by many other buildings, pops, and armies. Let us finally talk about buildings. Open the buildings tab. Unlike RGO, all buildings need some input goods to function, but only some produce goods and therefore tax. Other buildings have different purposes, such as manpower, enabling the recruitment of regulars, who are regiments, improving your crown power, or increasing the control of their location. Buildings have a construction cost and take some measure of in-game time to build. Once done, to function, a building requires a supply of raw goods. Remember, your country could have more than one market. The market card at the top of the production panel allows you to filter its contents on a market basis. What? Country could have the market card. This? This is, I feel like I'm listening to Roller Coaster Tycoon music. One of the problems is this tutorial is taking us through every tab and telling us nothing about the tab. So like, we just went to the goods tab. Okay, that's how you open the goods tab. What am I looking at? This is a list of all goods. How much they're gaining if that good each month. How much it costs. If you want to import or export, click to sort by building type, max profit level. Highest profit per building level is negative 0.007. Highest profit per RGO level. If you click on this, then it filters dies in my capital. And how many laborers are available. 21,000 peasants who can be employed. Like it needs to go into the details of what do you do with this. You can't, it's not good enough to be like, here's the buildings tab. Anyway, let's open the government panel. Like, what? Yeah, I'm on the buildings tab. What do I click, man? I don't know what all this is. Just put it on automatic and fast forward, I guess. Oh, also, I apologize. I had follower only mode on. Sorry, Lady Shelob. I totally forgot. Because we had, like, people coming in for the, I just turned it off. Sorry. I didn't mean to raid block. That is my bad. I had it on because directory creatures are prowling around on release day. For their new game. But yeah, I forgot that I turned that on. Apologies. Yes, the directory creatures. We had at least 2 separate comments at the beginning of the game when I had just clicked in to start the tutorial. First time chatters going, when do we get to the gameplay? So I had to turn on follower mode to try and just get ahead of that, because it's like, bro, you don't understand, fundamentally speaking. Do they not know who you are? For one, Savick, it is not about who I am. Chat, tell them. Tell them that for once it's not me. It's actually the game. We have multiple confirmed chatters who have not unpaused for 3+ hours. Because this game is denser than... I don't know, man. For some reason I was gonna say denser than a loaf of bread, but I don't know if that makes any sense as a as a phrase. Yo, this game denser than a loaf of bread. Denser than chat. All right, open the government panel and open the missions tab. Missions are packages of tasks that will give some guidance on what exactly it is you can do. This game is big, and there are many things to learn. That is part of the fun. You just completed the economy playstyle intro, which means you now have access to missions that will help you deep dive into how you can utilize all these panels and mechanics we just talked about. To help ease you into what comes next, we have a few missions to get you started. Start an economy mission. Develop a capital economy. The wealth of our state lies in the riches of our towns and cities. We shall utilize them to their fullest potential and establish an industry to create an unmatched economy. They actually use lies correctly, unlike Crusader Kings. So that's an important distinction. That's an automatic +1 point to the final score. We have established the base of a new economy focused on creating capital through production, trade, or loans. We gain profit dividends for 20 years. Plus 5% trade efficiency, plus 10% trade income. I don't know if those are good, but it sounds good. That one. What did I just click? Oh, I have to, how do I start this mission? Do I have to click this? Okay. Nice! Now you have a few missions that are accessible to you within the missions tab. Once you finish all missions for your playstyle, you'll be prompted to take a walkthrough similar to this one for another playstyle. Good luck out there. Let us go. Capital G. Let us go! What do I do? Start the learning walkthrough. This walkthrough takes a few minutes and will present the basic mechanics of Europa 5. This walkthrough is skippable. Wait, am I not still doing the other walkthrough? This mission is in progress. What am I supposed to do with it? What is the mission? The mission is just develop the capital. What do I but what do I do with it? How do I accomplish it? Start economy walkthrough. We already did that, didn't we? That's what we just did. Develop a capital economy mission tree. Grant privileges to the burghers and establish a trade. Burgher has equal or greater to 7 estate privileges granted. Hint. Go to the government panel to see your estates. Grant a new privilege to the burghers. You have a few options to increase their satisfaction. Grant the privilege, bribe the estate, lower the taxes. Is there a walkthrough for the walkthrough? Okay, so to grant a new privilege to the burghers. Go to the government estate panel. Government. Estate panel, okay. And then the burghers, these guys. Remember, this is a privilege button I just found on the first try. Okay, allow trade sponsorship. We get plus 5% happiness for 33% Zeus lightning bolt. What is that? That's estate power. The power that an estate has, it depends on the size of the population of the social classes that belong to it and what privileges they've been given. Some, like nobles, get far more power. The total power reduces the crown power. Crown power is... The larger it is, the more powerful and efficient the country becomes. If too many privileges are given to the estates, this may be so low you get penalties. So is plus 33% a lot? Where do I see my actual estate power? This? We're at 51%. So is this going to lower it by 33? Wait, what is plus 33%? So the burghers are at estate satisfaction change upon granting this privilege. They get 15%. Who's the Adele again? And the Geistelichten? Who's the nobles? Boren or peasants? I wish it just said what they are instead of trying to be fancy with like language correct jargon for every different country. Noble is blue. Okay, so this is nobles. This is elected priests. There's an option to make the estate names generic across the board. Try that. Okay, now we have nobility, clergy, burghers, and commoners. Which will be much easier to parse. What is going on in this game? Nobody knows. They just automate everything and then fast forward as on 4 times speed. Until pop-ups appear. And then they go, whoa, this game is so complex, but also why is the AI doing that? I don't understand. That's how I spent my first 4 hours. Yeah, nobody actually knows. All right, what the hell was I doing? Missions. Develop a capital economy. Grant privileges to the burghers. You have managed to achieve this task. What? What did I do? What did I do? I just clicked it. Establish a trade. Amsterdam? For economy to grow, we require an established trade network. Any import or export will suffice. Okay. I did it? You did it. We will be able to choose an urban location for subsequent mission tasks. Wow, these missions are easy as hell, dude. How do you grow the burgers? There need to be 3,000 burgers in Amsterdam. Okay, so we just... So the missions teach you how to do nothing, is what I'm gathering so far. Because the establish a trade and grant privileges to the burgers should be done by you, but if you just click this, it does it automatically behind the scenes and just tells you got credit for it. It just automates it. I don't know what item we're trading. I don't know what privilege we just granted. Welcome to Europa. Starting advice for Holland. No current research, possible cabinet actions, diplomatic reforms, rivals, buildings are missing inputs, you don't have a commander, you have pops with needs, unprofitable buildings, inefficient minting, and you're over your fort limit. This game's UI looks terrible. It's just a beigey Frankenstein of other Paradox games. Oh, yeah, I mean... It offends the eyes. For sure. No doubt. We did establish a trade. Why is it getting way louder? Alright, that one was me. That was not the game. That one was me. The first one was the game, though. Infrastructure efforts. All progress on current missions will be lost. Do I have to wait for the first one to finish before the second one? Or can you do two things at the same time? I'm just gonna click it. A great capital. Go to your capital, click construction, start the construction of the requested number of buildings. Start the construction of the requested number of buildings. What does that mean? Which building did they request? Den Haag has greater or equal to 20 total building levels, currently 16. So it doesn't matter which buildings, it just wants like 4 building levels. Of anything. There's a temple, level 2 spinner's guild, a brewery, a weaponsmith, Potter's Guild, papermakers, jewelers, tailor, marketplace, a wharf, granaries, a mason, a castle. We cannot afford 44 gold. Okay, so I have to make more money first before I can build building levels. I also do not know how to build all new buildings. Okay. Peasant contentment. Choose a rural location for subsequent mission tasks. The selected rural location will be within the proximity of our capital and have under 90% population capacity. Hint, go to government estates. You have a few options to increase estate satisfaction. Commoners need to be 60% satisfied. Do I just give them privileges? I have no idea. Is it just a steep learning curve? Yes. There's no curve. Also, Electroraptor, I don't know what's going on in this game, to be honest, but thank you for 34 months of sub. I appreciate it. This is how happy the pop is with his situation in life. It is influenced by the following factors: estate satisfaction, unrest, tolerance of its religion, if it is an accepted culture, access to pop needs, the market price, the cultural opinion of its culture. Where is... Not that. This just has whatever is written in the tooltip. Okay, so that's not useful. Where's the, like... Oh, here's the hints page. No hints available. Okay. No hints available. Okay. No hints available. Okay. Satisfaction is influenced by satisfaction. Oh, simple as. Is he illiterate? I have a similar question for you. Do you have Twitch Turbo? I hope so. Because here come 3 minutes of mid-roll ads. Here they come. I like how the non-subs always come out for Paradox games. I know. I know. The first time chatters. Yo, bye. Oh, living rent free ain't true, brother. I won't even remember you in a few hours. There's a no vacancy up here, my man. I gotta go get a drink and a snack. I will be right back. 2 hours. 2 hours of reading vague generalisms and trying to figure out how to put all the pieces together. BRB. wrong music playing. There we go. No music playing. Where's the setting for that? Get a little Coca-Cola. To be honest, I'm not even sure if there's a point to continuing in this tutorial versus, like, I don't actually want to play as Holland. I feel like I would be just as bad off if I just restarted as a different country with no information, because none of these tutorials matter. You're just going to have to read the tooltips and figure it out from context clues anyways, right? It doesn't seem like we could, because the economy tutorial is already over. I may as well just finish the politics mission, this thing and then this thing, and just read the text, and then that's going to be the end of the tutorial probably. Missions seem like things to do and not how to do things. That's true. I agree with that so far. The missions literally tell you exactly what to do. Okay. Develop a capital economy doesn't seem to tell me what to do. Just says grow the burgers. It says grant privileges to the burgers, but you just click this, and then you just click this. Task fulfilled. It just told me what. Hint. Go to the location you chose for the mission. Click on the burgers button to the left of the panel to see the buildings you can build for that social class. Start the construction of the burgers building. Okay, I chose Amsterdam. What was the instruction? Click on the burgers button to the left of the panel. Okay. This is the burgers button. We have to wait until we have like 45 G's. Every building costs like 45 gold. So we can't do that yet. Traditional economy. Peasant contentment. This will take 0 days to complete. Our commoner's estate has greater or equal to 60% satisfaction. We will be able to choose a rural location for subsequent mission tasks. The selected rural location will be within proximity of our capital and have under 90% population capacity. Hint. Go to the government panel estates to see your estates. You have a few options to increase estate satisfaction, grant a privilege, bribe the estate, or lower their taxes. Government panel estates. It should say, but like, wouldn't the hint be better if it were more specific and said, go to the government panel on the country tab and then select estates? Like it skips. Like what if you are on the, if you're looking at the mission page, it says go to the government panel estates. If you're just looking at this, you're on the government panel. There is no estates, right? So you have to, it should say go country. Then for the commoners, I can bribe them for 102, give them a favor, or it said you can lower their taxes. So you lower their taxes from economy panel, budget. Okay, that's not on this page. It's on, they don't tell you the sub tab for some reason. It's probably on balance. So like they just pretend that these tabs don't exist on any page for some reason. Which is very counterintuitive for a hint. Commoner's tax. I cannot adjust it because it's automated, right? So I have to unautomate it. And then just lower their taxes until they hit 60%, but then we're in the red. So that's not good, right? So then my other two options are bribe them for 100 gold, which I can't, or just give them a privilege. What privilege would you guys like? How about means of production? Our Chancellor reports privilege to commoners. I just let them seize the means of production. Okay. Did that bring them up to 60%? They're 59.67, bro. There we go. Done. Check. Okay. Does this not complete? They're at 68%, trending to 60%. Monthly. So they're above 60% no matter what. It has a check. Said you would have to select a rural location for further tasks. Okay, that one. The peasantry forms the bedrock of our realm, ensuring their satisfaction through wise governance will grant us the stability and command necessary for ambitious development. Okay. We have managed to achieve this task. I did something. Not sure what or what it accomplished, but we did it. Go to your capital, collect build road, click on the location to which you want to build the road. Horn has a distance to the owner's capital of greater or equal to 35%. We're already building a road. So that's gonna have to wait. Whew, deep breath. Deep breath. Let me just start the other tutorial thingies and see what happens. We're starting the politics walkthrough. We will delve a bit deeper into the complexity of your society, your government, and your foreign policy. Let us start with the foundation, the population. We had a glimpse at the pops living in your capital during the introduction. Now we're going to dive deep into the society panel. Open the society panel. Open people. In this panel, you can view and access the more people-oriented aspects of your country. The population entry in the top bar shows you how many people are currently living in your country, as well as how much that value fluctuates month over month. Your population is divided into groups of people of the same culture, religion, and social class living in the same location. As we saw, every social class support one specific estate. On top of that, pops have a level of literacy, a level of satisfaction, and both food and needs that they demand. The satisfaction of your pops depends on various factors like how well regarded their culture and religion are within your country, and also on the estate satisfaction of their respective estates. When it drops too low, they will support a rebellion. Open the Culture tab. Typically, your country will be home to several cultures. Every country has a primary, with all of their cultures possessing a different cultural status. Pops belonging to a culture with low cultural status will generally have lower satisfaction and contribute fewer levies. Increase the cultural status with cultural capacity. I don't know how to do that. Lastly, pops in your country will assimilate to your primary culture on different factors, the most important of which being the difference between the influence of your primary culture and the tradition of theirs. More abstract information that I can't apply. One of those important tools at your disposal to increase the influence of your primary culture are works of art. Works of art are created by artists. A painter might produce a painting, or a writer might create a novel. When a work of art is created, an amount of influence will be granted to your primary culture. Once created, it will continue to provide you with benefits to the cultural tradition of your primary culture, as well as a monthly bonus to your prestige based on its art quality. Prestige is another one of the stats you can track on the top bar. Okay, that one with the medal, because it has a medal right there. Prestige is trackable on the top bar. Among other things, high prestige will help with diplomacy and integration. Besides culture, the other defining trait of pops is their religion. Let us see the religion tab. In this tab, you can view your primary religion as well as other religions in your country. You can spend religious influence to interact with your religion in a variety of ways, depending on the specific faith of your country. Similar to culture, all religions in a country also have associated religious status. Chat, we've seen this before. But I'm gonna show you an approximation of what we are doing right now on stream.
I play a farmland card. I tap it for 1 mana so I can play Dairy Cow. Because Dairy Cow is a grazing type and I have greenest grass in play, I get 5 milk counters on her, which attracts Raging Bull from my hand. Raging Bull has 10 attack, but I can sell the 5 milk counters to the grocery store that I have on my side of the field for 15 dairy dollars. I then convert 15 dairy dollars to 30 mana, and that lets me play Big Gun. I give my Raging Bull a big gun, and now he has 20 attack. Okay, so you win. Now you might say, hold on a second. You have Tollgate cards on your side of the field. I didn't say anything. And with Tollgate cards, how can my dairy driver possibly afford to bring the milk counters to the grocery store? How, you ask? You're just saying things now. Because I have a good work ethic card in my hand. I play it, and dairy driver gets a raise, which means he can afford all the toll gates. Okay. With the extra dairy dollars my dairy driver has, I invest in and play a cheese factory. The cheese factory creates 1 cheese per turn, so I look at the top 5 cards of my deck, and here we go. The Black Brie. I don't think that card's even legal anymore. Black Brie gets served, and I receive 3 colorless cheese chakra. With 3 colorless cheese chakra, I can tap my cheese factory 3 more times, and now I've done a tap somersault. With a somersaulting cheese factory, I can create triple the cheese output and get 9 cheese chakra. I'm gonna go get lunch. Do you want anything? No, I'm good. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Good. That's how long I'll need to set up the cheese tasting phase. Jesus Christ.
I think my favorite part of that is tapping the card 3 times. That's my favorite part. Chat, you are the other player. You're the one that's like, I'm gonna go get dinner now. Do you want anything? And I'm like, no. That's exactly how long it's going to take me to realize I haven't learned anything from these tutorials. Let's take a peek at the characters tab. You will need to interact with characters, individuals of prominence whom you can employ for various roles. In this tab, you can see a list of all characters present in your court and the current role. Characters have abilities that will determine their efficiency at performing different roles. Administrative ability, diplomatic ability, and military ability. On top of the 3 base abilities, characters may develop specific traits that make them better at a specific task. Characters also belong to an estate, and some will belong to a renowned dynasty. We have already seen the use of artists in your court, but your most important character by far is your ruler. Let us visit the government panel again to glance into the noble art of governance. This is your ruler, your most important character. The abilities of your ruler have a significant impact on your country. You can check their effects by hovering over them. In this overview, you can also see your consort, heir, and regent if you have any of those roles. Speaking of important characters, let us discuss one of your most powerful tools, your cabinet. The cabinet is where you store all of your alcohol. It consists of several different types of alcohol, from whiskey all the way to vodka. Every time another tutorial pops up and you don't really understand or comprehend what it is instructing you to do, take a drink. Cabinet actions rely on one of 3 abilities. The abilities of your ruler and the cabinet member assigned to carry out the action will influence the impact of that action. All right, let me slow down. Let me do it again. Okay, increase province control or develop a province. They have one of 3 abilities. The abilities of your ruler and the cabinet member assigned to carry out the action will influence its impact. For instance, an action like change societal values will progress faster if the diplomatic ability of the cabinet member assigned to it is high. Okay. The overall cabinet efficiency of your country will also affect the speed and efficiency of your action. Learn more with the hint. Every country is different. Your government type is important. As a monarchy, the functioning of your country already differs from some of your neighbors. On top of that, the nature and political structure of any country is highly dependent on the setup of its government reforms, privileges, and laws. Modifying any of those three usually comes with a stability cost. Let us see where they are. We saw where they are. Job's done. Your government reforms are one of the most defining features of the country. They often have very impactful effects, so setting them up should be one of the first things you do when you start a game. We would tell you how to set them up, but we decided not to. Press the plus button under the crown to enact the reform. Hint, as the game progresses, more become available. They cost stability. Some require your country to tilt toward a societal value. Like, the tutorial is telling me that it's important to set these up at the beginning of a game. Okay. But when you click on this page, it's just an amalgamation of impossible to discern information. The only one that's obvious is more food production. That makes perfect sense, but what's the trade-off of clicking this? Crop output has been maximized by shifting focus from small-scale farms to large plantations. Is there a downside to clicking it? I don't know if that costs me anything, other than I've reached the max. Oh, I could only have 2 reforms, so I just maxed it out. I might be able to change it to... trait, like, I don't, but the thing is, why would I pick anything else? I don't know what diplomatic reputation does. I don't know what capacity does, or if we're at it. I don't know what progress to conciliatory means. Monthly religious influence, I don't know what I can do with that. Progress to traditionalist, not sure what that means. Foreign buildings cost -20, not sure what that means. Maybe I can, yeah, I can build a building in a location owned by another country. I have more diplomatic range. I have more trade range. I don't know if my trade range is good, bad, or in the middle right now because I don't know what it is. So I wouldn't be able to set any of these things up because I don't know what any of it is. Which is should be the point of a tutorial. We already discussed privileges when we talked about estates. On top of their effect on estate satisfaction and estate power, privileges can have a very fundamental consequence on how your country is played, often enabling new possibilities or putting limits to your freedom of action. Lastly, every country starts with a different set of laws. Move over the Laws tab in the Country tab. The Country tab. Laws exist in several categories and allow you to modify your country. Every law contains a number of possible policies to choose from. Reading this out loud doesn't matter. It's not saying anything. They're just saying all the things you can do with no application of knowledge. Alright, I don't want to be Holland, and I'm not going to do the tutorial because it's pissing me off even more than if I just read every tooltip and nested tooltip myself. Genuinely one of the worst tutorials I've ever seen. Why is this so crackly? The volume levels are going crazy up and down. Yeah, the sound is bugging for me too when it loads. It's not just the stream. Hello, Godfiend. Thank you for 32 months. I appreciate the sub. Thank you for another one. I'm not sure why anyone subscribes to this stream, but thank you, Left Hand Aegis, for 61 months and another one. Private Pile. Lucky 17. Is that lucky? Another Japan run? No. No. I learned my lesson from Crusader Kings. By the way, I was curious last night if I was the only one who was having trouble with Japan not being fun in Crusader Kings 3. So I just went to Reddit and I searched for keyword Japan and I saw at least 3 separate threads about Japan being boring as hell. So at least I'm not alone. Those were like a quarter of the results were like, does anyone else think that playing as Japan is super boring? So, yeah, I mean, some people said no, of course. Some people said that they were having fun. Europeans live like this in 1337, I guess they did. I don't know. Who should we be? How did I get here? I don't know how you got here, Nublat. I don't know, but thanks for getting here for 20 months. Haven't got to it yet, but my friend was raging at the tutorial and he's very familiar with Europa. That seems to be the norm. But if you dare complain about it, then you'll just get people being like, well, every Paradox game tutorial is bad. This is normal. It's not normal. This is not normal. If you think that, you haven't done a Paradox tutorial in the last 5 years. I would dare say that Vicky 3 on launch was easier to parse than this. And I didn't really understand that. Whoever designed this game's UI probably also wrote the tutorial. EU has always been ridiculous to learn. I don't think that chat would agree with you, Jacksterity. Most people say EU4 is pretty easy. Not that it's bad or like simple. I just mean like most people say it's pretty easy to get into. Not like Crusader Kings 3, but EU4 is the most difficult Paradox game. Shut up. Shut up. That's like the brain telling the rest of the body that humans are the most important. As a first-time Paradox game, should I buy EU4 Crusader Kings? First time, play Crusader Kings 3. We've got some differences in brain power in chat. We've got some vast... Who gifted subs? I didn't even see you gift subs. Who gifted subs? Ohio Navy Dad, thank you for gifting 5 subs for some reason. It was the hardest game for me. Not difficult at all. Got more difficult over time. I didn't find it difficult to learn. Hearts of Iron is the hardest. Bro, I think Hearts of Iron 4 is easy. To me, it's easy. EU4 is not the most difficult game. Hearts of Iron is definitely the hardest. See, for me, Crusader Kings 3 is the easiest. Hearts of Iron 4 is... I would think Hearts of Iron 4 is easier than Stellaris now after changing all the pops. And because Hearts of Iron 4 you could play without any DLCs. I feel like Stellaris you have to get a bunch of DLCs. At one point I would have said Stellaris was the easiest. You can play off of the Great Lakes? Yeah. You can play up there. Probably have to like settle a bunch. Yeah, chat, here's the thing, right? I think the people who are saying EU4 is hard are the people who have every single DLC released for it. If you buy EU4 and buy every DLC that's ever released for it and then start playing, then yeah, it's going to be impossible. But if you just get vanilla EU4, it's not a hard game. I don't think it would be easier than Crusader Kings 3 vanilla or something like that, but no shot that it takes that much brain power. Would it be insane if I just like bought EU4 right now and started doing the beginning of that game instead? Yo, I should have done that. That would have been a great stream idea. I just boot up EU4 today instead. Damn, I missed a trick. Vanilla EU4 is hard. You don't understand. I've had 10 people give up on it. It took me 3 people in 5 months to fully be able to enjoy vanilla only. Brother, that's because you're trying to force people who have no interest in playing the game you want to play it with you. Your hyper focus on trying to play EU4 and trying to strong arm your friends into playing it, and then when they don't like it, you're like, well, this game must be impossible to learn. They came to me to learn it. There is no world in which 10 different people randomly hit you up that are also your friends who are like, yo, I really want to learn EU4, and then they just give up on it. There's no way. It's like there's holes in this story already. They weren't my friends. All right, we're done talking. We're done talking to you. So where are we going to start now? I'm thinking... I don't know what I'm thinking. Is there a way to... There's a map sorter at the bottom. Where's the market one? Raw materials, control, markets. How do you... Okay. So Hungary is like 3.8 million people. It's crazy, dude. Population, cultures, religions. Diplomacy is going to be blank at first. Tactical, defensive bonus depending on climate and topography. Holy map modes. This might be the most individual map modes of any Paradox game. I think it would be safe to say. This reminds me of people saying Path of Exile isn't actually that complicated. Path of Exile is not that complicated. I would say that too. I don't know. Let's pick... Definitely not Great Yuan. Random button in the top left? Klin. The Principality of Klin. Right next to Moscow. Play as an observer. Why did the game pause? Oh, I don't know. What if I was thinking that it would... It's definitely gonna slow down. Full game automation. He's figured out the meta. I mean, you're supposed to automate everything, right? No, I'm kind of like, I wasn't sure how fast 5 times speed would be. It's clearly not as fast as I wanted it. And this is the beginning of the game, so it's only going to get slower. I was like wondering, what if we just did 5 times speed and see how the AI does? Can we play as Bichu? You can play in Japan, but I don't think I would want to. The borders are changing. The borders are changing. Hoifa action. Where would I even want to play? Some people have like an obsession with a particular place in history and they always want to play as that place. Looking at you, Germany Hearts of Iron players. Or some people always want to play like that. I want to be the Byzantine Empire. Or I want to be... I wouldn't mind doing something in Iberia. That would be fun. I do like the Mediterranean in general. It's a little scary era to try to do anything on the Mediterranean, given the Holy Roman Empire and the future Ottomans. You know I'm not going to make it that far anyway, so it won't matter. But all right, yeah, this doesn't fast forward even close to as far as I wanted. I feel like America would be very boring because there's no markets here. It's just, I guess you could become one, but how does tech or anything work? What do you do? It would be kind of funny just to start up there. Is the gameplay similar to Crusader Kings? No. This is basically, so far, my interpretation of EU5 is that it's actually Victoria 3.5 in disguise. A heavy focus on with combat. Victoria has combat. They're probably similar styles of combat too. Oh. All right, yeah, this is, I wanted this to fast forward like really far just to see how the world would progress. My bad. Yeah, let's, maybe I want to do Iberia. Sorry for the weird loading audio. Now what? I didn't think the back button was going to go to the main menu. Any tips for tanking a cold? I'm dying. Lots of NyQuil. Lots of NyQuil and just sleep through it, man. Not too much though, don't go crazy. Just the recommended amount that's on the bottle is what I mean. If I get a bad cold, I just want to, the faster time advances, the faster you heal. So the more sleep you can get, the better. There's no such thing as too much sleep when you're sick. All you're doing is hitting the fast forward button to when you're well again. The problem with Iberia is that they're too big. I don't want to play this big of a nation. Sicily. Just play as Sicily. I'd like to not be an island in case that's confusing and I can't figure it out. It's all going to be confusing and I can't figure it out. There is part of me who does just want to be contrarian. Oh my god, we're going to Greenland. Just play in isolation. Just no markets. Oh, but then when I rage quit the game, people are gonna be like, "What's because you played Greenland? You're not supposed to. It's boring up there." That's a protest pick. I mean, look at King Magnus VII and his big Disney nose. A 100% Catholic, 100% Icelandic. Dominion of Norway, loyalty to Norway 78%. I assume you can get independence from that. What about over here? Onondaga. Geogahano. Onondaga. It's kind of fun to say. Onyodaaka. Kanien'kehá:ka are the choices up there. We could settle all of South America. I'm thinking about Native Americas, chat. I'm thinking about Native Americas. Because it seems a little less overstimulating. It just seems simple. It seems small. You've only got like 10,000 pops. You know, it's a little more basic. Doesn't have so many like competing markets, and yeah, you got 4 neighbors to bully. Okay, let's just look at these 5. I'm gonna read their description and pick the one that sounds the coolest. So this is the clan of Onondaga. Our ancestors are smiling upon us, the fathers of our glorious nation. Great peacemaker Hiawatha and Jigonsase showed us that cooperation and peace between our tribes are better than the constant squabbles of the past. Thanks to them, we achieved more prosperity than ever before. Our neighbors, though, do not share our view of the world and will not hesitate to destroy us if given the chance. We must convince the world of our way of life by force if necessary. Her abilities as ruler: 4 administrative, 55 diplomatic, and 83 military. Is 100 the maximum? Like, are those high numbers? Or are these like World of Warcraft endgame raid numbers? It's like 83 out of like 1 million. So 83 military seems cracked. I don't know what all that like entails. Content. Show all unique content for this country. They were gonna add this screen for Japan in the All Under Heaven update of CK3, but because it was blank, they deleted it. Okay, so I'm trying to see what content is for different places out of curiosity. Unique content, British. You can keep that. I'm just kidding. Country bonuses, Christianity. There's not going to be a lot. It's a vanilla Paradox game release, you know? Getting unique content for each country is for DLCs. Okay, so we all have access to the Haranosani, which has 11 things. Okay, so there's a number next to them as well that can dictate. I wasn't looking at the number. Okay, so like Crown of Castile's like 24 country bonuses, 62 Catholicism things. Hungary's got 43 monarchy things. Okay. So we have comparatively very little, which is I understand that going in, and I'm not gonna. I think it's better to have less content for the first attempt, possibly only. We'll see. So 100% Anandawaga and 100% Orindism, the religion. So this whole area is Orindism. Gotcha. And the I was seeing if the description differed. Or if their content differs. Their leader definitely differs. Country events are 8. So we got 2 who are apparently excellent in military ability, but one of them has no diplomacy, good administrative, 98 administrative ability, 18 diplomacy, 62 military. That seems kind of cracked. Oh, Nandagega. I need to look at these numbers too. 4 locations, 3 locations, 3 locations, 6 locations, 11 locations. With 1 urban location, 16,000. Okay, so they got 22,000 pops, 12,000, 7,000, 8,000, and 12,000. Tax base. It's going to be funny having Native American tax bases. How many ducats are the Native American tax collections going to produce? Army size 199, 150, 117, 173, 294. No Navy, of course. All right, I mean, I think the answer is obvious. We need to play as the administrative god who also has some military, very little diplomacy. They also happen to have the weakest army, I think, 117. 117 is the weakest army. And they only have 3 locations, which is the fewest locations. You can see their kids by hovering their portrait. I don't know what the inheritance laws are. They have 1 spouse, the consort Kitarianaika Toheongo, who we have 3 kids. Takakwitha, Tiana Janigan, and Aliquippa. Spouses Giga combat. Yeah, he has 86 combat. Sure. I choose you. Onanda Giga. Possible cabinet actions. I'll come back to this. Now the game stays paused for another 3 hours. Oh man, this is crazy too. What's gonna be so funny is anybody who clicks on the stream now will not know where I am. They'll be very confused. Unless they played this exact same position in EU4 or something. I like that we only have 6 flags. Counting is hard. Instead of like a whole tab. The Great Lakes Simulator. We have a 6 flags already? So let me see our capital down here with the land. It is a couple of huts. That makes sense. Isn't this so peaceful compared to the hustle and bustle of Europe? We just have to deal with getting fruit. Sika Hiasisto. Provincial food plus 4.78. So we should be getting, we just need to make sure that they don't starve. All right, that's going to be our primary goal. Producing 5.21 food locally due to our capital. It's making 6.28. Oswego. And Otsoningo. So Otsoningo to the south, Oswego to the north. The tutorial is quite good? No. I abandon it. I abandon it. We have no forts, and it's not a zone of control. I gotta mouse over like every single thing in the entire game now, because that's what they want me to do anyway. We are a rural settlement with 0.1% population growth. We need that to go up. Plus 10% local food. Max RGO size. Plus 100%. I don't know what that means. I know what RGO is, but I don't know what plus 100% of it means. Market price impacts ducats, ducats from the market. So we have one market, I assume. Yes, we're all gonna share the one market. The Kanajahari. The Kanajahari. Okay. You know what we need to do, chat? Oh. We need to read every single... Before you go into menus, you need to read every tooltip for every resource at the top of the screen. That's how you... That's the only way to learn. All right, just buckle in. You are playing as this country. That I am. We have the Orindism religion. The Orindis religion is part of the North American folk religions group. Slaves working with raw materials? Yes. What? There's no way that we have any slaves. Expand farming costs minus 10%. Food production plus 10%. There are currently 220k Orindist pops in the world. We are aware of 22 countries following the Orindist faith. Show it. How are we aware of 22 countries in the world when we are a Native American Great Lakes Native American tribe with no knowledge of the world outside of these 5 clans? Farm animals. Okay. Anyway, I was looking to see if there was any specifics on the religious stuff. Bro, I need reading glasses. I feel like I am taking an eye exam when I am looking at the bottom left here. How many of you guys can read this? 10 gods. Everyone I've seen has turned up the GUI scaling. But does that make the entire UI larger or just the font sizes? You can only increase it by 10% though. Oh, it does all the windows. No, we can't do that. No, 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 no. All right, take me back to the religion page that I was just on, please. I just need to figure out how to find it normally. It's probably one of these. I need to, okay, I just need to learn how to do all this. I don't know how to navigate anything. How did I even get to that screen? How did I get to I'm so serious question. How did I get to that screen? I don't even remember what I looked at. Okay, I think I looked at this and then click that. All right, so it's under society, religion. I found it myself. I'm good. I figured it out. Sky deity, stability investment costs minus 10% represents an omnipresent force that watches over and protects humanity. Death deity. The death deity represents the invitable equalizer. What is invitable? The invitable equalizer that patiently waits for us all. Are we inviting death? Earth deity. The earth deity represents the fruits of the soil that allow the growth of our people. Maximum RGO size plus 5%. So we can like worship deities and they actually give us gifts? What is that animal noise? Like earth deity is maximum RGO size plus 5%. Character life expectancy plus 2. So we have supernatural powers here. We can extend our own life by worshiping the earth deity. Water deity gives navy morale. The water deity represents the strength hit and rejuvenation brought by rain and river. Creator deity represents the original creation spark that created humanity. Monthly prosperity up. The fire deity represents the passion of a warm hearth together with the fury of a raging inferno. Plus 10% army morale. Fertility deity represents the caring and nurturing power of a mother, tiny population growth, The war deity represents the strength hit and creativity brought by conflict, but also its devastation and calamity. Plus 1% discipline. Wind deity. Army move speed plus 10%. Represents the freedom and wonder of youth. And that little noise, it just sounds like somebody... that like little animal noise. It's just so squeaky, it makes me laugh. It sounds like someone squeaking like there's a glass cleaner. There's some guy like over in the corner of my room just like cleaning the windows and it's like, sorry, am I interrupting? Oh, yo, it's been 3 hours and I'm still reading stuff and the ad is starting now. 3 minutes of mid-rolls to keep the pre-rolls dead. I need to take a quick bathroom break anyways. The immediacy and indifference of fate. Woe to the indifference of fate. Reinforcement speed plus 5%. Pop promotion speed plus 5%. I think the setting to remove cultural names remove the names of the gods. Yeah, but that's probably for the best. Because at least I'll understand. No, it did not. It did not. That's just what they're called. All right, quick bathroom break. Yo. What up? We are back. I gotta say, man, we spent like at least 2 hours on the tutorial for this. which I didn't even completely finish, and I didn't learn a damn thing. I should have just opened up EU5 and done what I just did right now. Just pick a place, because I would have done the same thing that I'm doing right now. Just read every single tooltip and try and figure out how the different resources interlink together. The tutorial basically just told me you need money because money buys stuff. Remember that. And you have people and they need to be happy. Remember that. And listen to this. This is important. You are going to have buildings and you need to build them. Remember that. I'm like, okay. But now I'm actually having to do the learning. So I should have just started here. So I just need to see what is all possible here. Let's take a look at our leader. Halona? Why is Halona highlighted? I assume is this a title? Oh wait, I just turned off the we're not doing that. Can't drag that down. Untranslated, please. All right, that was not translated, but now I know for sure what is and isn't translated. Halona Ostaningo, currently the ruler, 28 years old, born 1309, is an adult who is at least 16 years or older. They may serve as rulers without a regent, become a general or admiral, or serve in the cabinet. Can also be married. A character that is not an adult is either an infant, a child, or adolescent. Ruler traits. Remaining ruling time to gain the next trait, 12 months. We have another one that's going to be 10 years, and we have the final one that's 25 years. Their dynasty with 4 living members. Okay. Crusader Kings 3 said, if you copy my homework, try and change it up a little bit so the font is way smaller so that nobody knows it's from this. I got 3 kiddos. My culture is a Nondadega, which has a cultural tradition going up. Cultural tradition is the defense power of a culture in the context of a culture war, representing how strongly this culture's traditions resonate with its people. Monthly change depending on relevant buildings, societal values, advances, and other factors. Okay, well, it's your job to tell me what the factors are. That's why I highlighted the tooltip. The cultural tradition is 3.77, going up slightly, but also decaying. Our influence is 4.37. This is the attack power of a culture in the context of a culture war, representing how impressive it appears to other cultures and the reach it has beyond its own border. It has a monthly increases. It has a monthly increases upon the completion of a work of art, and has some monthly increase from many sources such as prestige and certain buildings, advances, laws, and many others. But beware, it also has a natural monthly decay. It changes monthly because you are Onondaga. That's us. Okay. The Orindus religion is part of the North American folk religion. There are currently 220k pops in the world. Refers to indigenous belief, mythology, tradition, and practices maintained and transmitted by followers since the beginning of time. You might eventually be able to arrange a royal marriage, but you're already married. You could abdicate, pardon someone, arrange a marriage, appoint a general, or, yeah, appoint this person as a cabinet member or something. Okay. Let's take a look at the other things up top. So we have the nobility, the clergy, the commoners, and the tribes. I have a quick check for the game settings. Is there a way to disable edge scrolling? Does anyone know? I would think that would be on map, but it might be on controls. Is it mouse pan? Might be mouse pan. Hey, there we go. There we go. Got it. So the nobility... Current 54%. What is that? Current what? Satisfaction? The nobility is currently 54%. To the uninitiated, it almost looks like that's the total population percentage, but that can't be right because this is 67, 174. Monthly, so this is satisfaction equilibrium. So this must be satisfaction, it's just not written for some reason. This is what the estate satisfaction of an estate will move toward. The speed by which it moves depends on many factors. Bro, tell me what the factors are. That's the point of the tooltips. Satisfaction equilibrium of the nobility. It's moving toward 54% because its base value is 40. We have hunting permits. Allow the common people to hunt and skin game within the legal and physical boundaries of their lord or township's domain. So it reduces the equilibrium, but it increases wild game output, which in turn should create food, maybe. I don't know. Monthly progress to free subjects. We have land rights. The privileges our nobility has over the lands they rule and their inhabitants. Among these, nobility is usually able to tax the peasants living in those lands, draft them to form levies or exert justice, but also pass these lands to heirs. Monthly progress to aristocracy, societal values. A societal value defines the social and political structure of a country, the customs of its people, and the characteristics of its legal body. Effects can have a profound impact on how a country is played, and some advanced government reforms require specific combinations of societal value to be enacted. These also play an important role in diplomacy, as countries with affine? A-F-F-I-N-E. What does that word mean? Countries with affine societal values will tend to have a higher opinion of each other. Each societal value is an axis with two opposite poles that can reach up to 100. Hold on. I'm scared to Alt-Tab because I need to keep this nested tooltip locked to look up affine. A country's position on this axis is influenced by laws, estate privileges, and cabinets, and it drifts slowly toward one of the two poles. However, progress toward one pole will stall at a maximum determined by the total amount of factors pushing it in that direction. The higher a societal value, the more factors you need to push it further. All right, we're not going to click on all these, because I don't know what all that is. Having affinity for each other, I guess. There's a Wikipedia page for the word affine. All right, affine is in Merriam-Webster. The first definition is a relative by marriage or in-law. The second definition is of or relating to transformation, such as a translation, a rotation, or a uniform stretching that carries straight lines into straight lines and parallel lines into parallel lines, but may alter distance between points and angles between lines. Okay, I just read the definition. I still don't know what it means. But that's okay. Yes, geometry. I think I was looking at their satisfaction equilibrium sort of modifiers. So we have positive stability, that's increasing it. Low tribal cohesion, measure of how aligned the members of our tribe are in religion and culture. At low levels, running the tribe will be like herding cats, with everyone wanting to do their own thing. This should be kept high for the tribe to be run smoothly. Decentralization's +4, traditionalist is +1, communalism, and clan mothers. The clan mothers of the Haudenosaunee called Iakoi. That's a tough one. Iakoi. Iakoi-Anes.
Iacones. Iacones.
That's not, well, that's a different word. Okay, how much money they're making? 1.43. Satisfaction, where the equilibrium is, so it's going down toward equilibrium monthly. Their enrichment, how much they can withhold from their taxable income each month. We have to do their tax returns, and their total estate power, depending on the population of that social class and what privileges they've been given. Some social classes, like nobles, get far more estate power per pop than slaves do. The total power of the estates reduces the crown power of the country. I need to read this 3 times. The total power of the estates, yeah, reduces the crown power. All right, I get that. The tax base is distributed depending on the size, estate power, and the social class of each pop there. Income after tax is 5.51. No food income, no trade income, losing 0.03 monthly on nobles. They want to build a clay pit in the location Saika Hiatsisto. The 5 most like countries don't matter right now. This estate is the family of landed aristocrats in our country. Yes, our Native American population has many such landed aristocrats. Their privileges are guaranteed by old traditions, and most have originally been won through performing great service to the state. Their traditional responsibility is to fight and protect the realm against outside dangers and to help the ruler keep the peace. In general, it's better for the government estate to have more power than the other states. Okay. So we're losing monthly change on the nobility. The clergy is at 67. We'll balance out at 66. Income after taxes is only 0.09. So we're getting way more money from the nobility right now. This estate represents the educated priests of our state religion. They have a long tradition of serving in the administration of the country, and their traditional responsibility is to care for the spiritual well-being of it and the people. Over the centuries, they have acquired both land, properties, and privileges from former rulers, as well as pious individuals. In general, it's better for the government estate to have more power than the others. That's me. All right. So right now the commoners are 100% happy and going up. Income after tax is 0.33. So they're the second highest so far. I like how their whole explanation is one sentence. Not even the game thinks the commoners are important. This is the estate which represents the population who usually lack prestige and power. Yeah, screw them. I agree. And then the tribe's estate. Income after taxes is 0, but they're 74% satisfied. This estate represents the different tribes and clans in the country. Traditionally organized into lineages and kinship groups scattered throughout rural areas who live and work in diverse ways. Their distance and relative independence from the main center of power makes them difficult to govern, while their distinct customs give them a reputation as fearsome and unruly warriors. In general, it's better for the government estate to have more power. Yeah, okay, it says that at the end of each one. I got it. So this is just how they're trending, but not how they actually are. And the green bar is how they actually are. So the green bar is at a glance of how satisfied they are, and the number above that is which direction it's trending per month. I'm on board. I get it. Estate power via a pie graph. So the crown has 38%, nobility has 40, clergy has 14, commoners have almost 7, tribes have 0.8. So moving over, we got our amount of gold. Income is a whopping 0.07 from food, minus 0.04 from diplomatic spending. What on earth are we spending on diplomatic needs? The amount of diplomats and capacity at our disposal can be increased by spending more money. It also improves subject loyalty. So we're selling food at the moment, and that's where our money's coming from. We're gonna have the easiest market imaginable up here. Now we also have a general stability, which is currently at 32. Pop join rebels threshold minus 3%. The impact, the level of pop satisfaction. A pop has to be below to join the rebels. It can never be lower than 5%. So after that, where is our current pop join levels threshold? Because it's being affected minus 3% and minus 1% for leaving, but I don't know where the actual total is. But basically, higher stability equals less likely that your pops join the rebels. Great power score. This impacts how much great power a country gets. It can be forfeited to an overlord. Well, that didn't really explain. I like how what's great power score? And they're like, well, it's how much great power you have. Okay. You have to go on the other tooltip. Sorry, you thought great power score would tell you what great power is? Wrong. Mouse over great power score inside the great power score tooltip to find that great power score is the indisputable measure of which a country is the best. The highest scoring countries are the great powers. The total number of great powers varies depending on the score of the top great power. Countries earn score by owning more population, having higher prestige, increasing country rank, and various other sources we have simply chosen not to mention. Subjects also forfeit a certain percentage of their score to their overlord depending on their subject type. From positive stability. Oops. Wasn't done. We get a small plus estate satisfaction equilibrium. So higher stability is more estate satisfaction and faster pop promotion speed, which affects them. Pop promotion speed modifier affects how quickly pops promote. Of course they do. Pops will promote from peasants when there are possible positions for them. Pops need to of at least a tolerated culture. Don't forget that important instruction, chat. Pops need to of at least a tolerated culture to promote. Monthly change of minus 0.03 is due to primary religion clergy ratio. Define, I don't know what clergy ratio is. And stability decay is going down. How long do you plan on streaming, and do you post this on YouTube? I plan on streaming as long as I can mentally handle reading the tooltips, which is not as long as you would possibly want it to be. Or maybe it's longer than you want it to be. They may be automatically uploaded to YouTube, but it's just going to be me complaining about things on !archive. Assuming that is still updating. That's like a Chatter managed YouTube channel, not official. I don't get why Alex is being so negative to this game. He needs to of at least this game of at least a few more hours to of a fair chance. By the way, thanks again, Ohio Navy Dad, for the 5 gift subs. Earlier, Newblat, I don't know how you got here. Dragobot says, mid-roll's doing their job and showing me to resub. Thanks so much for the 30 months, Dragobot. Avicent says, yo, what's up, Avicent? Biff Gimbal says, Twitch wants me to let you know it's my subiversary, so here I am. Here you are. Here you are. Next one over, total population of Onondaga. 7,251, that's it. 2,500 tribesmen. It's 35% of our people are tribesmen. And the tribes are 74% satisfied. That's a statistically significant, that's the majority. The majority of our people are tribesmen, which makes total sense. One of our objectives is probably going to be to promote them to a more productive class and bring them into the like laborers or peasants or something. Because I doubt we'll be able to do much. They're in the rural locations such as farmers, shepherds, or hunter-gatherers. We can hardly govern. But they eat 0 food each month because they have mastered the art of immortality. No, they probably just hunt and gather themselves. So laborers actually have to be fed 1 food each month right now. Peasants 1 food. 5 food for the clerics. 20 food for the nobles. Nobles eat as much as 20 peasants. Okay. I'm with you. And our population is plus 2,000. Which I don't know what that means because we haven't unpaused yet. All right, we have a tribal cohesion, which is at 80, which seems pretty high. The levy size is plus 20%. Great power scores plus 8. Equilibrium's ticking it down. Monthly change up due to legacy of Hiawatha Age 1. The legendary Hiawatha, renowned among the Haudenosaunee as a great speaker and leader, left us a precedent of what a diplomat is. We will honor him by following his example in our diplomatic relations. Plus 2 to diplomatic reputation, which impacts the diplomatic reputation, which is a country's diplomatic reputation, which represents how highly regarded it is in international relations. In particular, it affects how trusted it is by other countries. Trust is how likely one country finds that another country will act honorably toward them, whether friend or foe. Trust is a crucial component. Okay. So we have 80. So it's giving us more levy size and great power score. Okay. Our prestige. has the following effects. Prestige of a country is how well seen it is. Cultural influence of its primary culture is increased by it, and it's easier to do diplomacy. So we have very low prestige, only 19. And it is affecting the skill of artists. The antagonism change modifier, which impacts how antagonism changes, which is how other countries are likely to view us, affecting their opinion of us. If they feel very antagonistic, if they consider us relevant to their interests, they'll be less inclined to engage in diplomacy. Some actions can also cause an antagonism bomb in a location that affects the countries near it to varying degrees, depending on how much they care about it. They will dissipate over time. Diplo reputation, how attractive your market is, and it also affects great power score. War exhaustion, none. How much our country has been ravaged by war, if high enough, will be forced to sign a peace treaty. Manpower, 0. We can store up to 5 years of manpower. Well, we don't have to worry about that. Manpower is expended when training and maintaining professional regiments, which are usually more effective than army levies. The rate at which manpower is gained can be increased with manpower buildings or advances. The maximum sailors, none. Not a problem. Current research. Oh. We hadn't even seen this screen. Chat, do you think if I started to learn how to code today, that I could figure out how to make a zoom in and zoom out menu where the text seamlessly adjusts in font size within a couple weeks, possibly? No, that is impossible. Honestly, no. Text is surprisingly difficult. Counterpoint, I have literally not seen this in any other game I have ever played across tens of thousands of hours of strategy games. Okay. That means they're trying something new. It's jiggling. It's jiggling. I'm gonna have to read a bunch of these to find out what's happening. I will have to check it out. What else we got? 981 is our clan power. We are number 981 in the world. Who's last? Is there a way to see who's last? We've got to be close. Okay, let's start by looking at these menus now. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy menu. There are 5 members. So we're basically in a confederacy. So these are not our people to go to war with. We've banded together for protection from enemies and to benefit from mutual cooperation and growth. We We can probably not invite others, but yeah, it's just all of our neighbors. Okay, gotcha. Government tab. We are a tribe government type. The list of government types are monarchy, republic, theocracy, steppe horde, and tribe. So this is us. Dynasties and family ties are... Oh, wait, I didn't... Okay, a tribe is a government type where the political power is structured first and foremost around the concept of kinship, be it direct blood or perceived ancestry. Dynasties and family ties are therefore of prime importance, determining the heir, who will always belong to the elite members of society, but very frequently, seniority, personal ability, and military prowess are highly regarded. So being a tribe reduces noble food consumption, minus 50% downgrading to rural settlement cost, yes to royal marriage, minus 75% diplomatic upkeep modifier. An alliance with everyone is alliance with no one. A country that maintains more relations than its diplomatic capacity will suffer a penalty to diplo reputation and prestige. Certain subject types possess a diplomatic upkeep that reduces available capacity. Membership in some international organizations will cost this, and the power of your ally determines the cost of an alliance. Okay, where is my diplomatic upkeep capacity? There's no nested tooltip for that. Diplomatic capacity. I don't even know where to see how much we're using right now. It's got to be under... Here we go. 1.5. So we're using 0. So we have a max 1.5. I found it. What else we got on this page? Form a new country. Reform into a monarchy. It's easy. Form Haudenosaunee Tier 3 formable country. Our country rank will become kingdom. The tribes have long coexisted together in a united confederation, although each nation retained autonomy. With the 5 nations now led by a central tribe, we can turn the page to a newly strengthened confederacy. So this would be our goal. We need to own at least 12 more locations from the following. So basically just need 15 locations, and then we can form a kingdom. Presumably. So a duchy, at least one of these. We need to have 200k population. We currently have 7,000. No problem. We need to have a population of greater than 150k from the primary religion. We have a population of greater than 100k from primary cultures. We have greater than 25 prestige, currently 19.84. Just be the leader of the Holy Roman Empire. That would also work. So we know our leader has a massive amount of administrative ability, but I don't know what that administrative ability translates to. So let's see. Her abilities are 98 out of 100 in administrative pursuits, which gives the cabinet actions bonus of 49%. So every cabinet action will be 49% better, presumably. Crown power goes up 24% with her, which is what we want. We always want more crown power. Hire advisors is almost 50% cheaper. Buildings are almost 10% cheaper. Okay, her Diplo ability sucks, so she won't get much diplomatic cabinet action bonus. Estate satisfaction equilibrium's only slightly better. Slightly cheaper to hire artists. Slightly more diplomatic reputation. Military ability is 62, which seems okay. Cheaper to train generals, admirals. Can't wait to get our navy going and boost morale. We're gonna have to hire some cabinet people. Okay. And she's gonna get 3 traits over after enough time passes. So these are our states. We have us, the nobility, the clergy, the commoners, and the tribes. And these are the perks that each class is currently getting. So I'm going to have to look at those now. We currently have the Haudenosaunee clan mothers. They're the ones who rule the clans. They are responsible for the internal working of the tribe and for electing their male counterparts, called Royaner, to represent the clan's interests in the council of all the Haudenosaunee tribes. Just bought the game 5 minutes ago. Put decent hours into EU4. Any campaign recommendations? No, I have no idea what I'm doing. I've never played EU4, and I gave up on the tutorial after 2 hours, and now I'm just reading every single tooltip on the main menu and the start of a new game to figure out what's going on. You're on your own. Good luck. Be a Hotel, thank you for 69 months, who says nice. Appreciate the sub. Nice indeed, Be a Hotel. I think the tutorial was so bad that it would be better if it were just not in the game. Because I genuinely am... Like, if we're talking about what's the stability equilibrium of the nobility, the clergy, like, what's my stability equilibrium? My stability equilibrium is unironically better just doing what we're doing right now, trying to just read the tooltips of each thing on the screen because the tutorial was so poorly constructed that it's actively making my experience worse. And this is preferable to that. 38% crown power. We have 1 out of 1 reform, so we cannot have any more reforms currently. The Haudenosaunee clan mothers. A country can only have 1 major reform at a time. When this is implemented, we will change succession law to tribal matriarch. That's where we are. Okay, makes sense. So if we get the maximum, we can have only 1 reform due to the base value for every country. So we need to increase that through other means. Understandable. Nobility have 40% estate power, which is, you know, always too high. You always want the nobility to come down for the crown. They have land rights, representing the privileges our nobility has over the lands they rule and their inhabitants. Among these rights, they are usually able to tax the peasants, draft them to form levies, or exert justice on their own, but also pass these lands to their heirs. 5% tax efficiency, some progress toward aristocracy. They get 50% estate power from this. So that's off of their base value. So you have to know what their base value is first. They have 46 nobles. So that's giving them a base value of 1.15. Aristocracy. Are we an aristocracy? I guess we are. We are a Native American aristocracy. Plus 30%. Wait, the estate power. This is the estate power. This is their political power. Their political power is 2. Land rights are increasing that 50%. So estate power buffs political power. Estate power is above 25%. This is due to maximum tax is taking their power down. Levy combat for efficiency. No idea what that means. Fort limit. I have no idea how to set our fort limit or what that's set to. This actually made things a little more. This made things a little more confusing. Watched about 10 EU5 streams, and I like how thorough you are. Stick around, you'll grow to hate me in time. Is game good? I don't know because I don't know how to play it, Casino Cop. I don't think anyone does. They just put everything on automate and then fast forward and then click on whatever events pop up. Okay, what was I looking at a second ago? I was trying to figure out... The nobilities have 40% estate power. But I'm unclear on where that 40% comes from. They have 40% due to them having 2 of a total of 5 political power. Okay, so we have 5 political power. That's the missing piece that I didn't understand. We have 5 total political power. So they have 40% of that, which is 2. That makes sense mathematically. We have 38% of our available political power. I don't know what to do with 2 political power. Like, I don't know how to, do you spend it? What is it? As a currency, I'm not sure, but I get where that's coming from now. So, like, if they have land rights, they're getting a plus 50% to estate power, which in effect is a bonus that is calculated based on how much of the political power they are able to pull from the number of nobles that they have, which is 46. So if they have 46 nobles worth 1.15 political power, they're getting another 50% from land rights. So they would have like a 1.6 or something like that, but another 30% from aristocracy. So I don't know if this is a cumulative calculation. Or if is it additive or is it not additive? Additive or cumulative? I guess I could just calculate it. I'm gonna bust out my own calculator to figure this out. So if we have a 1.15 base plus 30% would be times 1.3. That's 1.495. Let's say minus 5%. We're going to assume that it is cumulative. So I need to do 1.495 times 0.05 is 0.07. 1.495 minus 0.07 is 1.425. Okay. Where did I, here we go. And then plus 50% again. So that would have to be additive, right? Because if I times 1.5, that's 2.13. So it actually, is it cumulative? $1.15 times 1 plus 0.3 minus 0.05 plus 0.5 is 2.0125. Why doesn't it just say the full... Okay, here's a question for you. If these are all decimals, why does it just summarize it as 2? Does it just round up or round down? Is there partial political power? Anyway, I was just trying to do some math. Like, you can't prove that it's not cumulative, because if it rounds down, you wouldn't know either. You know, I was doing a cumulative first and then an additive afterwards. So Sunforce, you're doing additive math. Like, you can't prove that that is the correct calculation because it doesn't show the math. You know what I'm saying? Buckle up, chatters, and welcome. %40.25% is precise. 2.0125 divided by 5 equals 0.4025. Don't know why they round to 2. Okay, so yeah, based on the actual power of 40.25%, we can solve for the political power, which is just abbreviated. All right, now we know. So the nobles have land rights, has given them a substantial bump in their effective power. The clergy only have 13%, and there's 48 clergy, and they have religious advisory council. We have decided to keep a council of advisors formed by holy men. This will make them more influential, but at the same time more satisfied, as they'll be able to express their concerns directly to us and see their interests satisfied. Well, I mean, we don't know that the Religious Advisory Council are holy men because we are actually in a matriarchy to get started. So it's unclear if the religious people of note are men or women, actually. Promote cultural unity. The basis of a strong and coherent society is essentially the promotion of one culture to unite all our people and protect them from foreign influence. So, Religious Advisory Council makes them 5% happier, but gives them plus 25% to their power, which starts at 0.48. So they get 0.01 per cleric, whereas nobility gets 1.15 divided by 46. 0.025. So it's 0.025 per noble. So each noble is worth 2.5 times each clergy. The modifiers are efficiency of our cabinet plus 5%. We're progressing to spiritualist, which I don't know what that means. And we also have promote cultural unity. The basis of a strong, coherent society is essentially the promotion of one culture to unite all our people and protect them from foreign influence. They get no happiness from this. They get 20% power. Culture capacity minus 20%. This impacts how many accepted cultures and tolerated cultures you can have. Each county can have a handful of cultures that are treated entirely like the primary culture. The exact amount of cultures a country can afford to accept without penalties is variable and can be increased by some advances. Pops belonging to an accepted culture can be raised as army levies and naval levies without requiring any special law. Genuine question, chat. Do you think that you could take online classes to become a nurse faster than going in cold turkey to Europa Universalis 5 and coming to mastery of this game? Having done so, yes. An LPN, yes. So this is for pop assimilation speed, big bonuses. How quickly pops assimilate in all locations. So assimilation They change from their primary culture to that of the country that owns them. Sped up if you have a high culture war power. Some specific cultures are directly tied to faith, so must be converted to that faith first. Okay. Then the commoners, who have 100% satisfaction right now. Free mobility for the common people. People are the most valuable asset of any state. I disagree. Gold is the most valuable asset of any state. Famine and discord would be the norm without it. Yet the elite of the state see them as property. Counterpoint. The assertion that people are the most valuable asset of any state, famine and discord would be the norm without it, doesn't make any sense. Without people, we would have neither famine nor discord. So it would actually be completely peaceful if you didn't have people. So I'm not following the logic of those first two sentences. Yet the elite of the state see them as property, as some object to keep it on their land, By granting free mobility to the masses, their fate lies in their own hands once again, allowing them to leave the lands of their former masters and move to new, better fields. People who write tooltips don't get paid enough at Paradox, I think is the conclusion I'm coming to after playing Crusader Kings and this back-to-back. Allow the common people to hunt and skin game within the legal and physical boundaries of their lord's or township's domain. All right, so the free mobility is 5% happiness, 20% power. They can migrate. Laborers can migrate. Noble is state. Okay, so the nobles don't like the fact that they have free mobility. Monthly progress to free subjects. The impact of their change toward free subjects. Serfdom versus free subjects. A country with high serfdom is about exploiting the peasants as much as possible, whereas a country with free subjects treat them as human beings. The current impact of 100 toward free subjects. Maximum taxes is down, but they eat less food, they promote faster, and they have more prosperity. When serfdom is dominant, it scales up to more taxes, more food consumption, more raw materials, and higher supply limit. Okay, so it's kind of a this versus that. Implemented on the 1st of April, 1333. The commoners also have hunting permits, which drastically increases wild game output, which is a good. The source of nutrition for local pop, especially in sparsely populated rural communities. The hunting of wild animals such as elk, deer, boars, and more are an important cornerstone of a society due to the fact that the aforementioned animals contribute leather, bones, entrails, and nutrition. We have 1 gold market price, 2 sources via RGO, 7 goods demand. The following building types have production methods which use wild game: a mission, tannery, forest village, settlement, workshop, manufactory, mill, and apothecary. Cause 1 to transport from trade capacity, how much you can import or export, and provides 3.5 food. So that's where all of our food's coming from, basically. Okay. I'm actually following along there, kind of. Communal land. Minus 5% to noble power. Progress toward decentralization. I don't think we want decentralization, right? Despite the inherently disadvantaged position of the common people, we must nevertheless dictate all members of the lowest social hierarchy have the right to establish common flocks of animals and raise crops. Okay, partial yield, no happiness. It gives them power. They only have 6% power despite having 4,500 population. So their power is even worse. 4,500 people is just 0.1 political power. They are worth... nothing. No, they're... 0.05? Like one noble is worth 0.025. One clergy is worth 0.01. So all of our peasants combined are worth 10 clergy, I think. Which is kind of crazy. The lands of the elite and the wealthy are often tilled by peasants, slaves, or serfs. Thus, the least we can do is award the common people access to a portion of that land's yields every year. You know what else the peasants have to do? Watch ads. We've been reading tooltips for a full hour, and an hour has already gone by. Not a bad idea to take a quick brain BRB, just to step away for a second and let your brain rest, because this is just dense, man. I feel like I just went to the library and took out like a book on things that happened in the 1300s, and I'm just kind of chewing on all. It's not even a book; it's like an encyclopedia. I'm just reading an encyclopedia. Ashariel, thank you for 2 months of sub. Appreciate the resub. Thank you so much for coming back one more. Oops. All right, quick brain BRB. Okay. I'm back. Random complaint. The soundtrack of EU5 is really confusing me because, like, I hear a song, but it's so quiet. A little whistle in the background, and then that song will end, and there'll be a brief period of silence, and then a really loud song that I have to turn the whole game volume down for. And I think that there's only 3 songs, or thereabouts, because we've heard the whistle song. It's very faint. I'll turn it up. If you listen, I don't know if it's actually a song or just because we're playing like a tribe. But it's super quiet, and then like a super loud song will play. Thank you, Ashariel, for 2 months of sub. And welcome back for 1 more. I have no idea what's going on. Nothing is going on, Ashariel, because we haven't unpaused, and we may never unpause. So nothing is happening, nothing is going on. I am reading every single tooltip in the game to try to figure out what's going on because I wasted 2 hours trying to learn with the tutorial earlier. I wish I would have just started here. I would have been 2 hours further into reading every tooltip in the game instead. Trying to figure out what my commoners are being allowed to do by my government so far. We know that they are allowed to migrate. They have the right to hunt, which provides food. They have communal lands, which reduces nobles' power and increases the happiness of the commoners. They get a partial yield, which is reducing their food consumption. We basically are awarding the common people with a small portion of the land that they're working. We have autonomous villages. In the rural settlements of our state dominates a saying. The laws of the sovereign end at the village's gate. The people from our settlements organize themselves independently from the centralized authority of the country. That makes sense for a tribe to start out with. Rural migration attraction. Don't know what that is. This impacts if pops want to migrate to or away from the rural locations. So it makes them more likely to move to rural. More decentralized, more free subjects. So we want to kind of undo these things over time, I think. But not right now, because it will dramatically shift things that I'm not even sure what it will shift right now. Like crown power minus 13% seems bad. Okay, and then we have the Haudenosaunee, which is us labor division. Makes the commoners happier, but gives them a little more power. Production efficiency goes up, which I'm assuming just helps with goods. Output of buildings. Easy as. Progress toward traditional economy, as opposed to a capital economy, and toward communalism. See, this is the loud song. Unpause is a DLC. Our people always know what's expected of them inside the community. The different roles are distributed and assigned for the benefit of all, with everyone assigned to do the same task working together. Men and women work in their respective assigned tasks, complementing each other. This is not flavor text. Women are in charge of all related to food production, from growing and harvesting the crops to cooking and preparing the meals as well as housekeeping. Men, on the other hand, are in charge of the forests, the rivers, and the lakes, with wood production, hunting, and fishing being their occupations, but they are also the ones involved in trading and fighting run on sentence. That doesn't even make any sense. They're in charge of food production, but the other people are fishing and hunting. Okay. I just tuned in. I love your streams. Minus $60 because that's what you paid, or is that the monthly payment to the women that are in charge of food production? Subsistence, but with many words. Yeah, it's just not good flavor text because it starts with like, our people always know what is expected of them inside the community. Okay. The different roles are distributed and assigned for the benefit of all, with everyone assigned to do the same task working together. That sentence doesn't make any sense. All right, whatever. Anyway, what does it do? Everybody knows that I'm the only person in the world who reads flavor text in Paradox games, because if anyone else read them, they wouldn't be written the way that they are. Plus 5% happiness for the commoners, plus 33% to their power and production efficiency. Okay, and then we have the tribes, who we have basically no governorship over. They're just the people in the fringes of our society. And they have 0 power, 2,500 plus people, 75% satisfied. We have allow gatherings for them. Makes them happier. The expression of a unique culture through regular gatherings between powerful families of our tribal communities are a great way to discuss politics, exchange information, and bring business to many settlements across our realm. This is not a criticism of grammar or writing. Just a general statement that I think it should be a legal requirement of all nations of the world to use the Oxford comma, and if you don't do it, you go to jail. Increase tribal levies. Tribal men are famed for their warfare experience. To employ these hard men within our armies will only serve to empower our forces and secure the domain. Tribes levy size plus 30%. How much levies do the tribes produce right now? Don't we have 0 levies? Does anyone want to just tell me, where do you even see your levies? Military? I assume we have none. Though we might need to raise the levies because Resorty is here. Hi, Resorty. Thanks for the raid. Infinite Drek, what's up? A raid? You look like a raider to me. Ferronanthus. Hi, Pepper MG. How's it going? What are you guys up to? Doing well. Learning is fun. Yeah? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, does that mean you were also indulging in the tooltip simulator? Playing some Europa Universalis 5. Chat, go check them out. Hit that follow button. Thanks so much for coming over and raiding. You got two opportunities to do so. I just did. You can click in the chat box or at the top of your chat. Go say hi. Yeah, how did you find the learning? I became disgruntled by my tutorial and rage quit my tutorial, deleted the save, and then restarted in the Great Lakes. Because I felt like the tutorial was actively getting in my way. I'm ever hopeful, but there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot. It is dense and full of carbs. I also rage quit the tutorial because it got in my way. Yeah, not a great start via tutorial. So I started over, and I've just been systematically going through menus trying to figure out what anything means and what it does. So I don't know if we will ever unpause, to be honest with you, chat. I'm just going to read tooltips and tutorials and possibly even hints all day. And try to figure out what is going on. So yeah, we have 115 levies. Is it possible to tell from which pops your levies are being derived? Okay, yes. So we have 4 chieftains. And then we have villagers, and then we have tribesmen. So the tribesmen actually are providing, you know, I don't know why there's not a sum of the total number from each group and category, but I could just math it out myself, I suppose. 49 plus 17 is 66, I think. Once you get more locations, this is going to become an unusable menu, though, due to the lack of sums. The only reason we can read it is because we're very, 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 very small realm at the moment. But yeah, I was just curious if the tribe levies was doing something, and it appears that it is. Because a significant amount of our levies are coming from the tribes. Tribal men are famed for their warfare experience. To employ these hard men will serve to empower our forces, plus 30%, but it gives them some power, but they have 0 power, so it doesn't matter. Is it just me, or is this only a bonus? Because if they have 0% power, then giving them 33% estate power is nothing for a big levy size bonus. Is there a maximum number of choices here that we can pick? Because it seems like plus 30% of 0 is still 0. So if these give benefits, then we should just do them, maybe? We'll see. I'm not going to click on those things yet. Parliament. Are we going to call our tribal parliament together? What will our Native American tribal parliament conclude? Move the, I don't think we need to move the capital. There's not many places to move it. We also don't have much. It'd be pretty easy to move the capital, actually. Form a new country. One day, maybe. One day. Sorry, I'm just taking in the screen. Parliament was called 2 years ago. This will call in chat. It's the flute song, the last song we heard, and then the horn song. And there might be one other song. Are there only 4 songs? Is there a music player in this game that I can allow to hear the rest of the soundtrack? Because there's no way we are hearing the whole soundtrack. Click form new country to see if you have any formables. I already have clicked it, and we already do. We have 1, the Haudenosaunee, tier 3. So we've already looked at that, though. What do you mean horn song is the best? It is not. I want to read this. And then it goes back to the quiet song, and then it'll start looping. This will call in the parliament in an attempt to get support to resolve a parliament issue. Change policies, create a casus belli, raise higher taxes, larger levies. During this session, we'll get the following effect. Plus 1% estate satisfaction recovery. No idea. Expected cost of court plus 2.5%. The court is the extended household of the ruler, including all who regularly attend them. In the largest courts, this number can grow to many thousands, comprised of camarilla? Camarilla? I don't know what that is. Household staff, clergy, gentry, bodyguards, harem, concubines, eunuchs, and more. All these people do not come for free. This figure represents the cost of having them around. If we select your capital to become the location of parliament, we will move towards centralization. But if we pick another location, it will gain parliament location, which is a modifier that gives monthly prosperity and max control and monthly control for the duration of parliament while moving toward decentralization. If we select the capital to become the location of parliament, we move towards centralization. Okay, so parliament request additional taxes. Parliament request issue support needed. Is this a must-buy, fellow gamers? To give you an extreme response, I don't think that there is any Paradox Grand Strategy game that is a must-buy. If you do not already have a passion for Europa, then there is nothing that is going to convince you to. This is for people who already know what the hell they want. So if you don't know, then you need to have an internal passion to be able to sit down and learn how to chew through all of this content. Like, that's not just going to appear. That needs to come from within. It turns out I like maps, so I buy games with maps on them. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You should already know if you like maps or not. If you freaking love maps, then you already know. We can fabricate a casus belli, ask for larger levies. Is this the % chance that they'll accept? Parliament request issue. Okay, you need at least 50% support for these to get fulfilled. Okay. You can spend Parliament support to push these through. We only have base support is 19% because of our crown power. This impacts how much support there is for issues when a parliament is called. That's not much at all. So we need 50% support to push any of these. Okay, let's look at the cabinet. We only have 2 cabinet positions. Cabinet efficiency is plus 24% due to being conciliatory versus belligerent. My first impression is, I have a question. In EU4, was this system of this versus that tug of war a primary feature like it is here also? Or is this new to the series? That was EU3, I believe, not 4. Because I find it to be the biggest source of confusion as a new player. Because there's so many of them, and remembering all of them is challenging. I haven't actually gotten to play with the tug of war system, but my first impression of it is it feels odd, I guess. The current impact of 60 towards conciliatory. Is this a nested tooltip that is just itself? Accidental infinite copy trick. Efficiency of our cabinet, casus belli creation speed, changes with... So, okay, is 60... It cannot push further than 20 if we're at peace? I just don't understand this screen. This screen doesn't... None of the this versus that screens make sense to me yet. I don't know how to read this. Like, could this not be represented with a bar or something? You know what I mean? Is there a page? There's a list of the bars somewhere. You're probably right. But I mean, why not show that within the tooltip for each one instead of just saying the current impact is this toward this or something? Does the game autosave on a new year? Who cares if you never unpause? If the game crashes, I don't lose any progress. On the government tab. Okay, that's not... You weren't specific enough. Values? Alright, it's this page. Is this all of them? So what is 0.42? Changes with plus 0.42 toward decentralization each month. All right, so this is the change each month in which direction it's leaning. It's under government values. Weapon, refresh your stream, brother. You're way behind. Okay, well, that's where they all are. I don't know what they all mean. Probably need to look at every single one of them. But first, the cabinet. We have 2 whole cabinet seats. And we can hire a chef. I mean, a courtier. Spend gold to encourage a new character to enter court for 10 gold. I'm not going to do that. Here comes the low sanity flute. The low sanity flute. Why are there only 5 songs on my soundtrack? There are no eligible characters to take on the role of a cabinet member, so I would have to, like, hire someone. All right, we'll come back to this, because I don't have that much money. Laws and policies. Court language, that's us. Hadanasani. No laws available. Check. Easy. This is the easiest page to learn yet. So anyways, values. By the way, we gotta check out these because I don't know what they do. But then there's economy tab, production, society, diplomacy, military, geopolitics, and then don't forget the ledger. And actually, most of these are gonna be pretty easy. And then we gotta click these buttons. So what do they do? What the heck do they do? So we're mostly decentralized right now. Confirm, encourage societal value towards centralization cabinet. No, I didn't even know that I could click this button. Okay, so on the screen, they give you some options to further push decentralization, such as granting specific, what do you call this? Estate privileges. So that could be helpful. And the current impact is giving us more loyalty, but lowering counter-espionage. I don't know how much we have to worry about espionage in our tribe. But if we get centralization... So, okay, centralization versus decentralization is crown power, which we want. Maximum war exhaustion, which... I'm confused. Do you want more or less? Anything increasing this is not good. That seems a bit counterintuitive. If I think, if I said I'm going to have a number and the number is your maximum war exhaustion, I would think that's the number that I can get to. The higher means we can do more war until we get exhausted, but that's not what it means. When this number is higher, it represents how much our country has been ravaged by war. So a higher number means you can be ravaged by war more? -3 green increasing is not good. Yeah, it seems backwards compared to how I think about it intuitively. Loyalty, so you get more loyalty when decentralized. But when you're centralized, you have better counter-espionage, better proximity cost, presumably for expansion? No, between all locations in a country. Basically, the bonuses you get for being close to the capital. All right, then traditionalist is where we're starting. Embrace institution cost. Each age has 3 institutions that will appear in a fitting location on the map. They will spread over the map, and as countries embrace them, they unlock new advances for that age. If we find that an institution does not spread quickly enough, we can promote it. Better cultural tradition of our primary culture, which is defensive culture. Stability investment cost. Impact stability investment, which is spending part of the balance on stability is one of 3 main ways to increase stability, as the others involve using cabinet actions or having enough clergy. And then on the other side, innovative. Cheaper to embrace institutions, better cultural influence, higher max literacy, which I don't know what that... How well your pops can read and write, it is mostly beneficial, as the average literacy in our country impacts research progress, but it increases the impact of market prices of their needs on the pop satisfaction. I don't know what that last part means at all. Bro, this is... Deep breath, deep breath. Spiritualism versus humanities, or humanist. Maybe reading the flavor text would help. A spiritualist country is pretty much organized around its clerics. Why would you say pretty much? While the humanist country is much more tolerant toward heretic and heathen religions. So humanists focus on assimilation of other people. Spiritualist focuses on converting them to your religion. Aristocracy versus plutocracy. An aristocratic country is about having the leadership from those with noble blood, while a plutocratic country takes their leadership from the richest and most powerful. So more nobles and more noble power versus more burghers and better trade. I don't know when I'll need one over the other, but we're very aristocratic right now. Serfdom versus free subjects. A country with high serfdom is exploiting the peasants as much as possible versus treating them like human beings. So if serfdom is dominant, you get more taxes from peasants, but they eat more food. Free subjects, which is what we have, they eat less food, they promote faster, but not as much taxes. All right, conciliatory, which is what we are, versus belligerent. We try to appease others. We don't, so it's harder to declare war because you create casus belli slower. Get more diplomatic reputation. Cabinet is more efficient versus faster war, cheaper war. Okay, quality versus quantity. We are quality. An army that focuses on quality is focused on making each soldier perform better, while an army focused on quantity tries to get more people to fight in the battles. All right, real talk. I am actually... It's the flute song again. I'm sorry, I gotta mute the soundtrack. And we're just gonna play the EU4 soundtrack on Spotify, I guess. I'm gonna go insane. Are there only 5 songs on the whole soundtrack? I don't know, man. All right, anyway. I was on quality versus quantity. So quality means higher army maintenance, faster morale recovery speed, better military tactics, reduces the damage of a regiment taken in combat, and better army initiative. The chance a regiment will engage during the combat phase. Every hour, assuming there is enough frontage available, all the regiments not currently engaged will attempt to join the fray. Light and ranged regiments have the highest initiative. So quantity is cheaper maintenance, higher frontage, a limited amount of regiments or ships can fight at the same time. So this is combat width. They just changed the name to frontage. Some locations with harsher topography or is there any reason not to call this combat width and just keep it consistent across Hearts of Iron? Because it's the same mechanic. There are also some types of subunits that may use less frontage than others and some that may use more. So they have much lower initiative but wider front lines, and they eat less food. Don't know how that actually impacts combat, but... And we are leaning toward defensive instead of offensive, but it's not much different. Army move speed, ability to siege. Defensive is kind of like your forts, so just building defensive structures. Gotcha. Land versus naval. We are not doing naval. Well, yet. We're gonna have the strongest navy in the world. plus max RGO size. Proximity cost through land. Trade range over land. All right, so that's good. We want to keep that high. That's the easiest one. We have a traditional economy. A country with a capital economy is focused on earning money, particularly from trade in urban locations, but a traditional economy is oriented about living off what the land provides. That makes sense. Buildings are expensive, but we get a bunch of raw material output, population capacity, and food production. Okay, these ones make a lot more sense. Capital economy reduces... There's bank interest? Oh boy. Buildings are cheaper, food is less. And then finally, individual versus communalism. This one, oddly, is the... Oh, there we go, hold on. A country based on individualism may get more exceptional characters, but communalism is the greater good. So individualism is higher army morale, higher navy morale, faster pop migration. Communalism is cheaper to revoke privileges, which we're gonna want to do until we get our estates fixed. They won't migrate as fast. They won't join the rebels as fast. All right. Can we get a round of applause for finally being able and ready to go from the government tab to the economy tab? Oh my God, that's a whole other game right there. Hell yeah, brother. Woo! New tab. Look at that gameplay. Look at this gameplay. To be honest, this should actually go quite quickly since we're playing in the Great Lakes. Because, as you might guess, our economy is not particularly noteworthy. So there shouldn't be that much stuff here to look at. Just zooming along. So we're making 0.03 gold per month. We could take out a loan. Who are we taking a loan out from? No available targets. That's what I thought. Our historical tax base, the biggest contributors are our capital city location, then the south, then the north. We only have 3 locations. We're spending nothing on the army or the navy because there isn't one. And we're selling food for 0.07. That's it. Research taxation to tax our people. Let's... yeah, we'll have to. All right, this page was simple. Markets. We have one market. The Kanajahari. That all of the different nations here kind of deal with. Trade range plus 1,000. 1,000 what? I don't know. It seems like they're going from here to here. So we're trading maybe over to this side. Through Anyo to Aka. Into Kani and Kahaka. Great names. So there's one market and one market only. No trade capacity. Missing inputs. Our pop needs in the market, none. Food stockpile, 1,600 out of 0. I don't know what any of those mean. There's not going to be much market stuff here. Trading. There's no trade capacity. So I don't think we have to do anything. We have no trade capacity. So this screen kind of doesn't matter right now. So guess what? We're going straight to the next tab. Blazing through. It's production time. Whew. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down. Slow down. Going way too fast, dude. So that's the same market we were just looking at with no capacity. Employment system is first come, first serve. Buildings are filled in the order they were built. We are not allowed to build any building of any of these types with the red X. So we don't even need to look at this. We just need to look at the stuff that doesn't have a red X. We can build fiber crops farms, a mason, a stone quarry, and a sand pit, a fruit orchard, a clay pit, a salt collector, and a lumber mill. There are quite a few buildings here, but it's narrowed it down for us a lot. We'll come back to this. Goods. Relevant goods in the market. All right, so these are just all the goods that we were just looking at that can get produced and whether the market has more supply or demand. So green number equals supply, red number equals demand. Can you zoom in? I want to see how nice looking the game is. Well, I got some unfortunate news for you. Most of the time you're looking at the game, it's going to look like a flat piece of beige paper. Or if you're looking, you'll probably be looking at Control a lot. So it might be a beige piece of paper that also has green, blue, yellow, and red blocks. And that's probably what you're going to see most of the time. But if you just want to see the terrain, it kind of looks like tree JPEGs on a green field. I would definitely give the edge to Crusader Kings 3 with its map redesign that they just did, for sure. The new CK3 map definitely bests this one. Okay. So we could look at this, the good screen. Show fruit buildings, fruit orchard. Show fruit RGO. See, these are the things I don't understand. I understand that it stands for resource gathering operation and that it gets raw goods. Instead of thinking it as resource gathering operation, I could think of it as a raw goods organization. Can employ up to 1,000 people. The max depends on different things. So we could just take a glance at which things are in the most demand, and if we wanted to profit off of it, we could try and fill that demand. So maize has an incredible demand, like far and away higher than anything else, unsurprisingly. But we do not have the requirements met for maize in any capacity. What order are these in? They're not in alphabetical. Who is digging? Also, what produces maize? A farming village? Like what how do you even get it? I know you probably have to like research something, but I'm just trying to. We should be able to see everything because there's a bunch of locked stuff here. Is there a way to get to that from this screen? So it has its own corn page. Originally domesticated in Mexico thousands of years ago, maize was traded between the New and the Old World with the arrival of the Europeans in the 15th century. Due to its enduring nature, as well as its higher dietary value, maize is destined to become a worldwide commodity. Question chat, what's the end date for EU5? (1836) Tonight for you 1337. Oh, it's rough. Okay, so corn extraction method, farming. Pop needs these portraits are so tiny. The nobles are blue. The clerics have like sort of white garb. Laborers have dark navy black garb. Peasants have green. Tribesmen are naked. Food output of maize, 8. So is this locations that are already producing maize? Okay, so there's already maize here, but it's not, that's not our nation. So if I'm looking at another person's place, a location here, another country's location, how do I see that country's buildings? Because if I click on production, this is our production, right? In infrastructure, there just aren't any. Okay, but like they're clearly getting maize from farming, so where would I see their farming? I guess is what I'm trying to say. Is farming just something that happens, or is that the result of having like a farm? Do they just happen to be getting maize from the land at random? And so therefore it's top right of infrastructure, it's their RGO. Top right of infrastructure. That's their tax base. Like I see maize. Is it this? Scroll up. Oh, well, I think it's the same. It's the same tooltip. So they have 1 out of 4 RGOs possible. So their only resource gathering operation is maize. So that's where their maize is coming from. It is in RGO. Okay. Output per level is 1.41. It could be up to level 4. So can, I don't know if chat even knows this. Can they have 4 different RGOs or 1 RGO that is level 4? Or am I misunderstanding that? Or okay, each location can only have 1 RGO, but it can have multiple levels. So, like, in our home, it is fruit. It's fruit. We only have fruit here. And so here we have stone, and here we have sand. And so what you have is what you have, and that's it. Minus the possibility of research or something in the future that I don't know about. I freaking love sand. All right, so our neighbor has legumes. Legumes. And then they have salt. They have nothing. There's the maize. More legumes. Wild game. Clay. Legume. Yeah, that's our sand. Wait, is that our sand? Yeah, that's our sand. How did we just see icons on top of all this a second ago? Do you guys remember? There's probably an overlay. Aha. Aha. So, like, to our south is medicaments, which sounds like a made-up word I've never heard before. Variety of plants and animal products that have been used throughout history to treat illness due to their medicinal properties or supposition thereof. Some are more based on actual properties than others, while in some cases it was more a matter of belief. Medicaments. There's furs. So this is a board game map. This map is a board game map. Each location can only have one raw material, and that's their RGO. Your what-aments? You heard me. Medicaments. Okay, so our culture is different. We have the same kind of color scheme as this, but it's different. Low control in the south, high control in the north. We'll work on that. Got the raw materials. So we got stone, sand, and fruit. So we just want to leverage those things. Tax base, non-existent. We haven't discovered taxes. Political versus terrain. All right, so political kind of gives us a little shape here. Now, I was on the production screen. So in our case, since we know we have stone and sand and fruit, we obviously want to build up the RGOs. Is there a way to sort by things you can build? Yes, there is. It's not doing anything. Show nobles buildings, cleric buildings, burgher buildings, labor buildings, soldier buildings, tribesmen, slaves, and peasants. All right, and then all. Is there actually a way to sort by? I don't understand what this is doing. Can build any building. I just want to like eliminate all these so I can only see the ones that I can build at the top. We're gonna make so much freaking fruit. Yeah. Yeah. So we're definitely gonna want like a fruit orchard, I would expect. I don't know how a fruit RGO combines with a fruit orchard building, though. And a mason can take stone and produce masonry. So, like, that also makes sense, right? And a sand pit takes tools plus sand equals sand. So you have to be able to have tools, though, for that to work. A tools guild cannot build any building of this type. A market village will also take clay, stone, lumber, grains. Why did searching for fruit come up with this? I have no idea why searching for fruit. Oh, it came up with fruit orchard. Never mind. The search thing is weird. Anyway, we'll look at this some more. For now, we're positive food due to the fruit. So we have a solid food stockpile. We need to avoid starvation, right? Let's go to the next tab. Society. Society. We'll build our nation on fruit alone, I guess. Cultural tradition, cultural influence. So tradition is your cultural defense, influence is cultural offense. We have no artists, we can support no artists. We have no works of art. I don't think we'll have to worry about that for a while. 100% distribution. I don't know why primary culture is... Sort by cultural opinion these cultures have of us. Well, this is just us, so we don't know. More people have to join us for this page to matter, I think. Okay, religion. We already looked at this page. Who screamed? 0 religious aspects. So we could choose one. Worship the creator deity as our patron god as a religious aspect. So I could choose which deity we want to focus on. And they have different effects. Right now we're 100% Arendism, and we have no holy sites. Of our people, this is just a breakdown of where they live, their literacy rate, access to goods, and their satisfaction. So different places might be more or less satisfied. The nobles in the capital, for example. Well, actually, no, they all seem to be about the same. No rebels. We have 1 dynasty, and the ads just snuck up on me. My bad. I hear a classic EU4 banger like this. Yeah, I mean, the EU4 soundtrack is pretty nice. I can't judge the EU5 one because I had to mute it because it was only playing 5 songs on repeat for some reason. So I was left with no choice. But were the 5 songs good? 2 of them were. Maybe 3? It seems like it's heavily the music player on EU5 is just heavily weighted to only play like a couple of songs depending on your region or something. Because I know that they've got more songs on there than what we could hear. But I also don't know how to find it. Here's a great question for you. What the hell is a $40 premium upgrade for Europa 5? Also, I don't know why my Steam is doing this, but it's weird. This is a pack of content released over a period of time. Steam will notify you when it's released. Sacred Sites, released on November 4th. Instant unlock. Upon purchasing the premium upgrade, you will receive a cosmetic pack that adds 8 historical holy sites to the game map. So if you wanted St. Peter's Basilica, the Kaaba, the Mahabodhi Temple, Temple of Confucius, Church of the Holy Sepulchre, Great Pyramid of Cholula, or the Inryaku-ji Temple, too bad. Pay up. We couldn't put those models in the game. Day 1 unlock, by the way. Just sitting there, ready to go. Fate of the Phoenix. In this immersion pack for the Byzantine Empire. March 2026. Across the Pillars, June 2026. The Iberian Peninsula. And then the Old Alliance. So already 3. Hey, more Byzantine content. Yeah, it's easy money, man. You could get the Byzantine Empire across like 3 different Paradox games. They have a Byzantine Empire expansion in Hearts of Iron, Crusader Kings, Europa. New historical content and flavor for France and Scotland, 2 nations bound together. Chat, they're just going to add the historical content and flavor for every country 1 at a time. 2 at a time in this case. Over the next 8 years. Believe it or not, Byzantine got content in the last Victoria DLC. Did it really? The thing is, I'm not even that mad about it if it was as good as like some of the Hearts of Iron country packs. But base game Hearts of Iron, you still get all the major powers initially. Obviously, they've reworked a bunch of them since then. But I think what gets me is the game is $60 and then this first batch of DLC is $40, so you're already gearing up for paying 2/3 the cost of the game just to get the game. Three DLC in 1 year is kind of a lot. I'm sure one of them is going to be small, but still, that's a lot. How much for the DLC? I mean, it's basically a season pass for next year. That's $40. One of them said flavor, so I'm assuming the flavor is like a small content pack with 1 or 2 of them being big. I am actually kind of curious now because I just skipped out on it entirely. In terms of release order, what was the Europa DLC like? I know that there's a shit ton. There's 4 free packs. Music, music, music. Soundtrack. What is history lessons and why is it $5? Lectures from host of the popular China History podcast. 26 lessons covers the important events and cultures of early modern China through 5 to 10-minute lectures that can be heard through the in-game music player. These lessons are a great starting point in furthering your education about the world of Europa Universalis 4 and are suitable for anyone with an interest in the history of China. It's an audiobook. All right, anyway, that's not what I was interested in. I was trying to find out what, like... Why is there an ultimate sprite pack for $30? Upgrade the appearance of Europa Universalis 4 with the ultimate sprite pack. 28 separate packs to add greater cultural and historical fidelity to the appearance of military sprites, as well as other attractive visual content on the map. Chat, imagine if Crusader Kings 3, when they updated their map just now, released that as a content pack that you had to buy. Anyway, that's not what I was looking for either. Is this the first actual DLC? I'm just trying to get an idea of what they did for this third Rome. Focuses on building deeper experiences for Russia and its cultural brothers. Tsardoms and principalities. They aren't in order. I guess there's a 2015. Anyway, I don't know. I was just curious. Where was I? I was on the... Society page, I think. Or was I on religion? Oh yeah, religion is pretty straightforward here. People, rebels, none, dynasties, one, characters, a few. Not many. It's basically me, spouse, and children. And that's it for now. So straightforward as... Diplomacy. We have no rivals selected yet. Rivals. Countries can declare hostility toward other countries by declaring them rivals. They have some additional actions they can do, like fabricating a casus belli and the option to intervene in wars. A rival country will not accept friendly treaties like alliances, but countries with common rivals will have an easier time signing treaties between them, so like Stellaris. Rivalry is not reciprocal, meaning it is not necessary to rival back. Only countries with similar great power score and not a very good opinion can be declared rivals. Okay, so if you played Stellaris, you probably understand that system. Known countries. Yeah, we don't know of many countries. We know of a handful of indigenous peoples. Declare war on all of them to unify and prepare to fight back the colonizers. Build a spy network. I don't even know how we do spies back then. Curry favors. So this is like improve relationship. No, I need to read this tooltip. Favors represent how much one country promises or otherwise owes another country. Favors can be spent to ask the other country to do something. If favors become too unbalanced, refusing to do these things can cause a loss of trust. It gives you like a leverage to ask them to do stuff. Profess trust. Increase mutual trust. How likely one country finds it that another country will act honorably toward them. Don't really know how that's going to translate, but this is improve opinion. Their opinion of plus 88 is due to shared societal values, same tribal confederation, common language, same court language. All right, so basically everybody here likes us. And we do know of other peoples who are like up here, but they're not nations. But there are peoples in these different regions. They're much more scattered and lower pop. Like 8, 9. Actually, they have 9,000 population. Wait, that's us. No, this is the Tianantate. Tianantate. Things that you can do with them. Okay. No international organization, just a confederacy panel. We're in a confederacy with these groups. Military laws. Mutual offense. How members will support each other in the event of them declaring war against another country. Members will always join offensive wars. Oh, this is how it allows the policy. So what is the actual policy? I don't understand how to read the info on this screen. Because it says these are the possible policies. Assured, automatic, possible, or no. So these are potential assured offense votes. 4. Potential none votes. 1. So Onondaga is us. So we're the possible no. Military laws are mutual defense. So what happens if I click this? I can change my vote. So is this the one that we're on? The one that's slightly grayed? There are 4 people. Potential automatic defense votes. Yeah, my mutual defense says assured defense, and my mutual offense says possible offense. Okay, so I actually like where those are at. I don't want everyone to be dragged into every war. Okay, I'm happy with where my votes are at least. So that's the Confederacy page. Now the military page. So we have to 115 levies. Recruit regulars. Regulars are like these form standing armies and are limited in numbers until you get advances from ages. We can have like 8. Mercenaries can be gathered by hiring a leader. No navies. No need to even click on this screen. We're not building any ships anytime soon. All right, geopolitics. Exploration progress 0.05. Probably the lowest it's gonna get. Definitely no maritime exploration, but we do have the Bay of Quinte. But I don't know what this screen means. Can freeze during winter, blocking ships from moving and allowing armies to cross. Continental represents areas with cold winters. Maritime presence. 2.61. Don't know what that means. I assume we're just like canoeing over if we want to. I don't know. All right, to advances. We have ages and advances. Feudalism. All right, I need to. Oh, we're almost somewhere. I don't know where we are, but we're. I think we're almost somewhere. Let me catch up on chat. Thank you, Slivy Fox, for 10 months of sub. Sorry I missed you a minute ago, but thank you for subscribing again. I appreciate you coming back for one more. Illard also, what up? Thanks for 63 months. Hello, Illard. Scrolling up in chat. Scrolling down in chat. There's so much to this game. I'm getting dizzy just having the stream on my second monitor. Yeah. Yeah. That's the initial block to you unpausing is very high. However, my expectations are that it will be much like our recent Crusader Kings 3 DLC Japan attempt, which is that everything is just very confusing up front, but then once you get over that initial hurdle, you will come to realize that what you thought was incredibly deep is actually just going to be you kind of getting to a point where the only thing that you do is fast forward, if that makes sense. That's my expectation. We know, basically, when we started the stream, I went to the Steam reviews and perused them. And the majority, it's not very positive. It's like mostly positive on Steam at like 72% or something like that. But I found that when you sorted by players who had less than 15 hours in the game, they were mostly positive. And when you sorted by players who had like more than 40 hours in the game, it was like 50-50. Positive, negative. And while that may not be, you know, that was only based on like 40 to 50 reviews. So that's not even enough of a sample size for Family Feud. So I understand that's not the end all be all, but that's kind of my expectation is that it's going to be the case of it feels extremely deep until you get acquainted with the systems, and then you might change your opinion a bit. That's how I felt with Japan and Crusader Kings. It felt super complex and super in-depth, and then I kind of got above the clouds and realized it wasn't as deep as I thought. But the thing with all the Paradox games, for me, minus Hearts of Iron, is that the learning period is the most fun you have with the game, and then once you've learned things and the novelty has worn off is when you decide to go play Arc Raiders. That's how I finished a run in Farthest Frontier. Was it, Johnny? I can see that. Advances in Ages. Written Alphabet. Monthly literacy plus 0.01% up to 5. People are the sum of their legacy, and a written alphabet is the first step to claiming immortality and educating a well-functioning society. Add to research queue. So let me see what literacy does. If only I could read. Impacts research progress positively. Increases the impact of market prices. Yeah, it's kind of like what you're saying, Money, when you start Hearts of Iron 4, which I do really enjoy, because I like the core gameplay loop. But when I'm playing Hearts of Iron and streaming it, a lot of people hit me in chat comments with the, well, whoa, this looks too complicated. This looks like a crazy complicated game. And the thing that I've always said is Hearts of Iron 4 is not that hard, because the real challenge as a new player is figuring out which information you need to pay attention to and which information you need to ignore. And Hearts of Iron 4 presents you with all the information, but you need to ignore 90% of it until a fringe scenario occurs, and then you need to pay attention to it. So I feel this is probably going to end up the same way, where I can probably safely ignore 80-90% of what's on screen and just focus on the few things that matter. But you need to figuring out what those things are is the challenge. Someone who's brand new to Hearts of Iron 4 is not going to be able to look at it and parse the data and figure out what they like. You have to play it. You have to just do it. And then over time, you sort of muscle memory train yourself what to look past. So written alphabet will buff literacy, which in turn might buff research speed. Alchemy involves the creation of potions and elixirs. +3 to character life expectancy. And disease resistance. Medicinal infusions. Basically, it's alchemy, but worse. Slightly. Shipbuilding. We're not going to do that. Organized religion, possible clerics in towns and cities, and max literacy for clergy. And then ages, we are in the age of traditions. Gives access to government reforms of religious tolerance, agricultural cultivation, diplomatic traditions, and trade office network. Prices can range from 10 to 300%. Institutions in feudalism, legalism, and meritocracy become available. I don't think we'll have to deal with that. The age of the Renaissance. So this age ends in 1342, so in 5 years. And then we go into the age of the Renaissance. Well, our monthly research progress is 1.08 based on our settled country. We have locations. Power of the liturgical language is a +0. The official language that a country uses. The language power of this liturgical language of a country impacts the speed of research. Clergy said it. So the more satisfied the clergy, the faster our research. Yes, that's what I'm seeing. So it seems like written alphabet and organized religion are kind of our top two advances here. Is there a downside to clicking on one of these? I don't think so, so I'm going to pick it. I'm just going to go basic, written alphabet, simple. Monthly literacy plus 0.01%. How do you see your current max literacy? I'm assuming it's very low if we don't even have an alphabet. It must be 0, but I don't know where to see that. I remember seeing it, but I don't remember where to see it. It's got to be on like a pop breakdown. Like here or something. Yeah. It is... Average is 0. Max is 0. Okay, so this would take the max of 0 and make it to a max of 5. I found it. So I'm going to say yes. Lock that in. Boom. Removed a flag. I made my first decision in the game. And we're making 1 progress per month out of a presumable 100. What does add to research queue 75 research progress? What does 75 research progress mean? So if we get written alphabet, then it's revealing more advances based on having a written alphabet, I'm assuming, right? So we can see cultural traditions, map making. So if we cancel this, then these go down. So it's kind of showing you, if you keep this queue, what is possible after this is done. Written alphabet is the gateway. You can click the research tree in the ages screen if you click the age. Okay, I think we were already clicked on this. I just didn't look at it yet, because you can get to that simply from clicking on this button up here at the top. And you can see your current research and then pop open the screen. So yeah, written alphabet, uncorks, cultural traditions, map making, codified laws, the scriptorum, and if we get agriculture, we already have agriculture, and we already have the windmill. City building has been researched. Legacy of Hiawatha. Three Sisters agriculture, big fruit, legumes, and maize output. We've got metallurgy already, and quarrying, and mining laws. Legume? Always wanted to get to EU4. Well, EU5 is even harder and more complicated, so I'm not sure if you avoiding it is good or bad. So what are cultural traditions that we can do? Unlocks cultural traditions law. Allows the following policies: martial society, civil society. I don't think we can do either of the other ones. And then that leads to cultural acceptance. Map making, which gives you exploration missions and colonies, versus can codify laws and allow council parliament, which leads to distribution of power Subject nations, unlocks vassals. Allows taxation. That seems like one of the first things we should do, but it'll probably upset everyone, but we'll see. Unlocks the chancery. A bureaucratic office that medieval rulers developed for governing domains as societal changes made them more complex and difficult to manage. The main function is to write, send, and receive documents. Improves literacy and your cabinet. Tribal religious values. Conversion speed, stability, investment cost. I still don't really understand what that is. Complete autonomy. Paper guild, the library, the apothecary. Oh, that's the other side. Why do some texts have different colors? Because they benefit different groups. This advance is available due to being a tribe. For example. Three Sisters farming is neat to learn about. It was a native method to fix nitrogen in soil as opposed to European societies that used crop rotation and leaving fields fallow. Interesting. The Scriptorum takes dyes, paper, and lumber and creates books. To preserve and disseminate knowledge. I'm trying to lock this in, but it's not locking. There we go. 5 market price, -5 demand. So when this says 5 demand, is higher number more demand? I'm assuming here, because the negative, red negative next to it kind of throws me off. Each book costs 1 trade capacity. Where do I see my trade capacity again? I'm assuming it's low to 0. Yeah, no trade capacity. Be nice if the tooltip gave me a hint on how to increase it consistently. Might be under the other page. Increasing trade capacity. Build more buildings that increase capacity. Okay. For example, a marketplace or a market village. All right, I gotcha. Some advances or laws can also increase this. It'd be nice if you specified them. Excuse me. So the marketplace. Going back to buildings and such. The buildings that we can currently build, besides the fruit orchard, which is actually lumbered to fruit, which we don't want because we already have natural fruit, I think. This is the max profit. So to do any trading, though, we're going to need a marketplace. How do you see what buildings you already have? Is that a dumb question? I assume we have none, but like if I did have some, where would they be? Just to click on the, check the map overlays on the bottom. No, click on the province, I think. There's got to be a faster way because you're going to end up with a lot of locations. Or do you have to check it? So you have to individually click on every, what happens if you get like an empire? Do you have to just go through them and click on every, there's no aggregate breakdown? You shouldn't have to click on every single location individually to check what buildings it has. There's got to be like one place where the information is presented in a cohesive way. Card display on the building tab of production. It has drop downs with types of buildings and counts them. Card display on the building tab of production. Okay, buildings, card display on the buildings tab. What do you mean by card display? Square below each bar. Okay. So this has like a number, and the number is how many of that building we have. Is that right? All 0, of course, at the beginning? That's kind of what I was interested in, yeah. And so if I did have a sand pit, it might then highlight any of the places where I had a sand pit, potentially, over here. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. So let's just, now that we've kind of gone through all the tabs, we selected an advance to pursue. We're learning how the alphabet works. Then why don't we just check our other notes? We currently have the capacity to instruct our cabinet to do more cabinet actions. We don't have a cabinet. So I also cannot... I can assign a cabinet action, but I don't have a cabinet member. So there are no eligible characters. So I'm going to have to find some. Do I need to invite people somehow? I can appoint a character for 0.07 gold. But I don't know how to find someone to appoint. Perhaps I search the hints. Oops, I spelled it wrong. A cabinet action will not be very efficient without a character assigned to it. Always assign characters to all our cabinet seats. Click on the alert to go to the government panel and appoint the character with the highest ability to the empty cabinet seat. Consider hiring a new courtier if we don't have good characters available. You can automate the cabinet. Each cabinet action uses one of 3 character abilities, so choose your members carefully depending on the task you want to assign to them. Cabinet members will increase estate power of the estate they belong to. Okay, so I need to hire a courtier. They can be employed as cabinet members, generals, admirals, or explorers. So I'm now going to search... No hint available. The square box in the middle to hire. Oh yeah, we moused over this earlier. It's 10 gold. So before I hire one, I'm going to look at the actions. Perhaps assign an action first. Change societal values. Monkas. Okay, so we looked at all of those. If you want to change... Hold on, I'm going to learn where everything is. It is... We already found this. I'm going to find it by clicking on every button until it comes up, because I remember... We found this. It was the bars. We read all of them. We read every one. Hold on. Oh, shit. I'm not going to look at chat. I'm going to find it myself because if you watch this, this is how you're going to be if you're playing this game. You're going to do the exact same thing I'm doing right now. You're going to be like, which tab, sub-tab was that under? It's definitely not under society. This is a realistic playing up the game. It's values. Because there's just so many damn sub-tabs. You've got these tabs up here, the main tabs. Then the main tab has a sub-tab up here, which is secret because you're actually looking down here to the sub-tabs, of which there are 4 on this page. And everything is like muddy sand color, so the buttons don't stand out at all. I cannot overemphasize the fact that I think that this is the ugliest looking user interface of any grand strategy game I've ever played. Like X4 has a better UI than does Europa 5. It's not intuitive, but it's not ugly. Well, it's a good thing beauty is in the eye of the beholder and not an objective value that you can assign, but it's ugly, bro. Okay. We have evolved past this. Okay? We have evolved past this. Look at it. Look at it! Look at this screen and grab a tissue because blood is creeping out of your eyeballs. Your eyes are bleeding. This is ugly as hell, brother. When you have Crusader Kings 3, Victoria 3, Stellaris to crib off of, and you come up with that? The only reason why you can even see anything on the screen right now is because we haven't unpaused the game yet. The screenshot that I just showed you. Okay, that's Hihachi. That's not the screen. This screenshot is what, and this is from the Steam page. This is what a game in progress looks like. Information overload, overstimulation, ADHD gamers are literally screaming and crying when they look at this. Okay, anyway, where am I? I gotta hire somebody. I gotta figure out what I want to do. So I need to go find the tab page. Can't wait for Hihachi to be added to EU5. Okay. Think. There we go. Genuinely, the only people who think that the UI in this game looks good, I would have said that they only played Europa Universalis 4 before, but I genuinely think Europa 4 is better. and I haven't even played it. Just from looking at how it flows thematically. This, like, the UI for Europa Universalis 5 is the equivalent of eating in a cheesecake factory. This is the Cheesecake Factory of grand strategy games. Put it on the back of the box. Local monthly development plus 0025. This is the best way to increase the development in the selected province and probably what you want to do when you have nothing urgent to do. How cultivated the land is and how much it is used by the pops living there. The higher the development, the more people can live there and the more it can be exploited. Diplomatic endeavors. This will affect a fair amount of diplomacy that our country tries to do. Primarily, it will help with things where the opinion of other countries matters. I find it interesting that tooltips give you suggestions on what to do instead of just saying what it do. Yeah, that's... I'm struggling with the actual writing of the tooltips, which is unusual. Because, like, if I highlight develop province to find out what it does, or like I understand what it does is local monthly development, but I don't know what that means. So I'm sort of expecting develop province to give me a summary of what that means. But instead, what it says is if you click develop province, it says this is the best way to increase development in a province. So you just defined the action with the title of the action and then follow it up with, you probably want to do this when you got nothing better to do. Like, just describe, like, that's not what anyone wants to read if they highlight this. Most of the tooltips that you highlight, you have to go into a second nested tooltip to even find a hint of the information that you're looking for. God, man, why you gotta be so negative about the game? Go somewhere else, man. I'm just giving you my actual experience, okay? If you want overwhelmingly gushing, positive, glowing reviews, go watch one of the many Paradox sponsored streamers that they paid to play, okay? They're all out there. You could watch them instead. I'm just giving you my actual reactions. I paid $60 to play this, and this is what I think so far while I'm playing it. As is my right. As is your right. If you play the game and disagree with the things that I'm saying. But I think when I'm judging the tooltips of the game, which is the way that you learn how to play the game, it is the way you learn how to play the game, I'm comparing them to not a lofty dream that I have of what things could be. I'm comparing them to the existing lineup of Paradox Grand Strategy games. Because there's a lot to choose from. And money is tight in 2025. So I'm comparing this to Crusader Kings 3's learning process and curve. Even Crusader Kings 2, which didn't have nested tooltips, but I learned how to play before CK3 came out, doing the same thing, just getting in here and grinding away, looking at menus. And then Stellaris, whatever, insert whatever game here. I didn't like Victoria 3 at launch, but I think that it was... I don't remember having any problems with the way that the, like, introductory tooltips and stuff were written. I just didn't really enjoy it. Because nested tooltips are the best thing that Crusader Kings 3 added to Paradox Grand Strategy games, and they've copied it, but what they forgot to copy was the fact that you only needed to nest in nest to get to other bits of information. And in every case, the first tooltip is useless, only the second one matters. So it's just, example, change societal values. What is that? This allows us to focus on changing a societal values. So you got to go to a nested tooltip to find out what societal values do. Develop a province. This is how you develop provinces. Well, what's that? All right, now I'm finding the information I need. Diplomatic endeavors. This will affect a fair amount of diplomacy that our country tries to do. Which is, first of all, a terrible sentence. Primarily, it will help with things where the opinion of other countries matters. Yes, I imagine that diplomatic endeavors will affect other countries' opinions. That's just like it needs to be. It's like calling a 1-800 hotline and getting hit with like, press 1 to continue in English. Okay, pops. If you are a card holder and member, press 2. Okay. Please enter your date of birth, 2 digits for the month, 2 digits for the day, and 4 digits for the year. Oh, okay. And you're just going like one at a time to finally get to something that explains it. Encourage migration. This will make Pops more likely to migrate. Okay, yeah, I know, but what does it do? And you gotta keep going each time. Another layer. Increase province control. What's that do? This will slowly increase our control in the selected province when the teacher makes you rewrite the sentence with more words. So you gotta go another layer to find out what that actually means. Settle the frontier. Settle tribesmen. But to like actually learn comprehensively what they're trying to tell you, you have to always go to the next nested tooltip. And that's not how it was in CK3. That's not why nested tooltips were so useful and so good. It's like an abuse of nested tooltips, so it just adds bloat. Does EU5 have a tutorial? Yes. I did it for 2 hours and rage quit it because it was horribly put together, and now we're just reading every single tooltip in the game individually. It was not helpful at all. What is local monthly development? I don't know. It's how much development changes monthly. Okay. It's like every tooltip, top tooltip, bottom tooltip, it doesn't matter. You have to go. Like, it's always the second one that actually has something to inform you. All right, diplomatic endeavors. Improve relations. This is how well a country can improve relations. True. Now, what about improving relations? It is an action of diplomacy with the intention of improving an opinion that another country has of our own country. Diplomatic reputation impacts the diplomatic reputation of a country. Of course, of course. So what's diplomatic reputation? A country's diplomatic reputation represents how highly regarded it is in international relations, or how trusted it is by all other countries. But like it's all of them. It's every single one. I'm not just cherry picking an exception. We are done talking about tooltips. Can you continue to play the game? Shut up, non-follower. Nobody gives a shit what you have to say. Why are you even here? I wish there was a button on Twitch just so I could run ads for you. I don't want the ability to time people out or ban them. I just want to be able to target one single chatter at a time and give them ads only. I don't even care if it's financially irrelevant and gets me one extra penny. I would do it anyways. But guess what? I have to be able to read the tooltips to play the game. Okay? They're not separate issues. One directly allows the ability to do the other. So you're acting like it's not an immediate concern while I'm trying to figure out how to play the game. That's exactly what's going on. Pop migration speed. How quickly pops migrate. That's true. What about it though? Pops will migrate from one location to another if they feel that they would get a better life. Pops from some estates may not be allowed to migrate freely, depending on estate privileges that country may have enacted. Pops usually only migrate within the same market, unless they are migrating to a colonial charter or migrating due to an event. If they, what does if they feel they would get a better life mean? Pops usually only migrate within the same market. it's vibes based. So, what's the benefit of migration? Is it always coming in? Is it... Migration can go out. Because the migration tooltip doesn't answer anything. Only that they migrate in the same market. So it's, well, I don't know what 50% migration speed does. I don't know what the base speed is. Because migration attraction makes sense. That's influencing how much they do or don't want to migrate to you. Expel people, force pops to migrate away from this province. Allow peasants to migrate, yes. I don't know who I'm expelling. Increase province control. Slowly increase our control of the selected province. This can be useful when circumstances have changed and we quickly wish to increase control. Max control modifies the maximum control. Okay. Control determines your tax base, army levies, and naval levies. Also affects the speed of promotion, assimilation, and conversion, as well as the amount of monthly manpower and sailors it gives. The control of a location will slowly change towards its maximum control, meaning control will slowly decrease if it is above the max, or slowly increase if it is below. There are some buildings that increase max control. Not going to worry about that right now. It does a lot. Yeah, control does a lot of things. Control does many things. Anyways, going back to that one chatter from a couple minutes ago, I got more to say. People that are like, we're done talking about this now. Gameplay, please. If you don't want to or can't afford to buy the game and you're trying to live vicariously through me, that's fine. But if you want a free ride, you're not subscribed, you're not following the channel, but you're yapping about gameplay, and you don't want to buy the game, you know what I mean? Main character, man. You are not the main character. I'm sorry. You have the ability to just go in Steam, get Europa Universalis 5, put it on a credit card, and then there you go. You're in control. You're in the driver's seat. You go whatever pace you want, brother. No one's stopping you. Settle the frontier. The target character gets sent to the target province in order to settle the unclaimed land. I don't think we have any characters to do that. We enable events for the period of the next 10 years, which describe the process of settling the target province. That's an unintelligible sentence. Takes 3,650 days to implement, so 10 years. Tribesmen to peasants. We will slightly encourage tribesmen to become peasants. Plus 500%. Stabilize the country. Stability investment. This will either give a bonus or penalty to stability investment. Okay, what's stability investment? Spending part of the balance on stability is one of the three main ways to increase it. Others involve cabinet actions. Okay. Strengthen the government. Monthly cohesion plus 0.1. The other ones are not clickable yet. So here's what I need to do. I need to decide which cabinet actions I want to pursue. And if I want to pursue a diplomatic or a military one, that will affect what type of cabineteer I want to put in that seat. Sort by ability required. So yeah, they have like 3 different tabs. We got diplomacy. I want to say this is administrative, and then military. So those are kind of our choices there. So government, cabinet, and that'll affect who I want to hire. So I'm going to pick the action first. Other way around? Wait, this is administrative? Okay, that's administrative. The dove is diplomatic. It's confusing because this is effectively the icon, but just a different color for diplomat in Crusader Kings 3. So muscle memory is really difficult to overwrite. But it's purple now instead of blue. So maybe like one person on control. Do I want to start converting tribesmen to peasants? Do I care about that? The tribes do give levies. But they won't do any work. I don't know when I want to start filling in for these dudes. The initial tooltips are a 9th grader giving a presentation who reads everything off the slide word for word. PowerPoint. Basically, yes. Let's go back to when things are nice and good. I believe we have the most food out of any of these neighbors. But I don't even know where to begin to see the various stages of consumption of any We have not seen anywhere about consumption about anything on any of these tabs. Ow. Monthly pop food consumption is only minus 2.37, and our production is 8.65. So we have effectively almost 4 times the amount of production as we currently have consumption in the capital. Outside the capital, we have negative 0.64. And then north of the capital, we have negative 0.4. So negative 1. The Paradox Jeff goblins are on the prowl. Oh yeah, for sure. What does a food surplus do? We're trading it right now. Also, ads are coming in. Like I said before. 3 minutes of mid-rolls. All right, so I'll come back to this in just a sec. Where's the country? Great Lakes. We are in the Great Lakes. We're 6.5 hours into the stream now. After quitting the tutorial, starting a new game, and we're still in the 1st of April, 1337, baby. The reason, if other people are faster, the reason they're faster is because what they're doing is they're going in and they're hitting this cogwheel, which will automate everything for them. They're just going click that, automate that, automate that. Go to the automation page, automate this, that, and then fast forwarding. Seriously, you can actually click the cogwheel to automate any of these things. But then you don't learn how to play the game. So I don't really want to automate any of it, unless I find it annoying. And I just don't want to deal with it. Ugh. All right, I'm hungry. Okay. I had to get some water, and I had a miniature fun-size Snickers. Tooltip Simulator is true. Have you been following what's going on with the comet? You mean the aliens that are getting ready to contact us? Let's increase province control. Select the province to increase control for. This is something that I think is weird. If you use the map overlays, you get a control overlay with a number. It's very clear, 0 to 100, or maybe 1 to 100. But if you go to actually try and assign the action to increase control, it takes the very clear numbers off and replaces it with a green gradient, which seems like they've already got the filter with the numbers on it that clearly shows where control is high or low. Is this just the entirety of Onondaga? It is the entirety. Proto-molecule incoming? But yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't use the, like, clear numbers that you've already got on the map overlay. Our cabinet has been assigned to increase province control. This will slowly increase control in the selected province. That is what I clicked, yes. And then for my other one, I don't know. Seems like a teeny tiny bit of development. And this is only what you do when there's nothing urgent. This will either give a bonus or a penalty to the stability investment we get from balance. The monthly balance is based on the total amount of income. The result impacts your treasury. Monthly tribal cohesion. How do I see what my cohesion is again? I think it was one of the numbers at the top. Yeah, it's 80. Monthly change of plus 0.05. More cohesion equals more levy size and great power score. Levy size looks like it's increasing at like a quarter. So if we got to 100 cohesion somehow, we'd get like 25% levy size. I don't know. It's probably either development because there's like 0 development, 0.0025 a month. But it's only when you have nothing better to do, so that's kind of makes me feel like it's not a good choice. But I'm trying to do something that like plays on the strength of our leader because she's very administrative focused. So like we could do settle the frontier, encourage migration, or develop the province. She has some military, but I don't know what I don't really understand what the stability investment is. Spending part of the balance on stability is one of 3 main ways to increase stability. This is just increasing the bonus. That we get from our balance. Our balance is like 0.03, which is like nothing. So I have no idea what is even good here. Like, it seems really early to try to settle the frontier. Like, we are the frontier. So, I don't think that's a great idea. It seems a little premature. Chat, what's a good choice? You tell me. I was thinking just tribal cohesion. Development. I'm already doing development, you dingus. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. I'm the dingus. I'm increasing control, not development. Timed out for spam. Probably settle, stabilize. I think that they just throw you off by saying this is probably what you need to do when you have nothing urgent. It's a weird tooltip statement, so it was my first choice and it's made me second guess myself. Bad tooltip. Our cabinet has been assigned to develop province. This is the best way to increase development in the province. We have like none. How do you see your development again? I know it's going to be like 0. Population, market, control, fruit, tax base. I'm sure there's like an overlay. Maybe. There's a search for the map mode. That's how many map modes there are. But I don't know. It doesn't come up. No idea. Chat, how do you see your development? It's a 0 in the top left under infrastructure. Okay, development is 0. So we don't really want 0 development, I assume. The vegetation and the topography are huge debuffs. Only the river is a slight buff. I didn't even see, we didn't even look at these because we never looked at a tab for like a location, as it were. Prosperity is 0. It changes 0.5 per month due to creator, deity, god, market fairs. Wait, can't we worship a specific god or something? Religion has got to be... Yo, I'm never gonna find what I'm looking for, and that's just the way it is. Oh, there it is. We can pick a religious aspect. Is this gonna add stability? All right, worship, creator, deity, monthly prosperity. Prosperity is how prosperous you are. I am going to destroy you. Positive prosperity increases the development of the location over time and makes it more likely to attract migration. Prosperity rises naturally over time, but will decrease as a result of low pop satisfaction, disease, siege, occupation, blockades, or if the location is looted by an army. Negative prosperity can have devastating consequences for the population. So, positive prosperity increases development and attracts migration. Okay. Things that we want. We want population growth, we want prosperity, we want control, and we want money. If I can pick any of these, it seems like monthly prosperity is fantastic just to pick up front. Population growth is probably fine also. But we have 0 prosperity, so worship the creator deity. Is this a permanent choice? No one will know this, probably. Unless you've played specifically one of these nations that have these deities. I guess you can't go wrong with monthly prosperity, so I'm going to click go. Our chancellor reports our faith is improved. We prioritize the worship and adoration of the creator deity. Okay, yeah, I think you can replace one. So there we go. Now I need to actually get the characters appointed. So government, cabinet, this button. I want to hire somebody. It'll cost me 10 bucks. I thought I would get to pick who is this? They are wearing a mask, a ceremonial mask. Do not be alarmed. "33 years old, born in 1303. 68 pretty decent abilities, to be honest, like 79 military, 68 administration. Okay. They're available for cabinet duty. We need to hire a second person. It's going to cost another 10 Gs. I personally love Hickon Quash. And if they die, then I'm going to kill everybody in this room and then myself. They have 80 Hickon Quash. Hickon Quash. 32 years old. 80 admin, 56, 57. Wow, we got a great admin. So let's put the really great admin on control. And then the other dude on development. What soundtrack is this? Drums and Steel Volume 2. That sounds like something that's gonna get the MCA'd. As will sounds from the community. How come Europa Universalis 4 released a Republican music track and not a Democrat music track? A Battle in the Highlands. Rule Britannia. Okay, let's go down to here. Guns, Drums, and Steel is safe to play. How do you know that? All right, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm skipping it because it would be distracting regardless. Where am I? We actually do have meters now. Development and control. Possible diplomatic actions. Curry favors, form defensive league. Improve opinion. Invite people to the Confederacy. Profess your trust. Kill them. Build a spy network. Impossible for them to build buildings in our territory. I don't know what they can build buildings in our territory. Deny market access. Embargo. Offer loans. Send an economic gift or support. I have no concept of when or how to use any of these. So I know how to select the location. How do you just select a nation as a whole? Zoom out more? How much more? Is this good? Okay, yeah, that works. Just zoom out to this level and then it'll work. Hold on. What's the actual zoom level? Wait, what? There's got to be a different way. Like shift left click, control left click, alt left click, or like a overhead. All right, you click on a place, then you click on their flag, and then you're done. And then it takes you into a country click view. I found it to be ridiculous far zoom. I can't even find out how to get to liege of county selected. I don't know how to see the liege either. Or their like page. I don't know. I know you can right click on them. Open country panel. There you go. Yeah, if you right click anywhere in there and open country panel, it should show their liege. Yeah, right click has a bunch of stuff on it. Including map views. Anywho, chat, do I want to be doing any diplomatic actions right now? what I was originally trying to do was to see how powerful, who had the strongest levies. It is kind of insane that you have to right-click every single place and then select View Country page. Those other guys have corn, and you need corn. That's true. Where is the resource overview? The guys that got corn. That's true. I guess I'm going to improve relations with them. Their current opinion of me is 88, so they already like me quite a bit, but I'm just gonna try and get it higher. We've ordered our diplomat to establish an embassy with the goal of improving relations. Their opinion of us will now improve over time. Do we have a diplomat that we need to hire, like we have courtiers? We can also pin them. Might be worth. Maybe. Chat, does anyone else never use the outliner in any Paradox game? I think the only time I do is armies in CK3. I'm not really an outliner. The what? The outliner. I don't know what the hell all this is. It's massive. I'll try it. Okay, star them. If I star them... then they will show up over here on the outliner, and their opinion is also there. And then you can just click on them and make a whooshing wind noise whenever you want. Pretend like there's a storm brewing outside. The wind is picking up. Okay, then we got possible. We are currently at our maximum capacity of diplomats, which we can use. How do you see, where do you even see your diplomats? Zero out of 1.5 diplomatic capacity. So what happens if I just... It's only minus 0.05? So we can just improve relation with everybody. We have one diplomat, and it changes monthly by plus 0.3. This is such a strange resource. Is this like influence in Stellaris, but way smaller? It's pump and dump. So yeah, you just accumulate up to your max, and if you don't spend it, it's use it or lose it. In EU4, you had to hire actual minister characters that you sent to do diplomacy, trade, etc. Well, that sounds like a more fun system. Yeah, apparently we just grow diplomats at a rate of 0.3 per month, and then we just spend them. That's a very strange name for a resource. Having to actually like hire a minister and move them around sounds better to me. Fruit and diplomats. But I see no reason not to just improve relation up to max with our neighbors. I have no intention of going to war with them. We have the weakest military. So there might be a reason to do other things that I don't know. We're already in like a confederacy, which should prevent the war against us. So I don't know what else to be doing with my diplomacy right now. So, chat, if you got any suggestions, feel free. We have one possible rival. Who's that? I don't think we want to rival any of our Confederacy friends. Take a look at the agenda before starting your campaign. Whoops. I wish there was a way to reuse diplomats. I feel bad executing them after every assignment. Yeah. Our ancestors are smiling upon us, the fathers of our glorious nation, great peacemaker, Hiawatha and Jigansase, showed us that cooperation and peace between our tribes are better than the constant squabbles of the past. Thanks to them, we achieved more prosperity than ever before. Our neighbors, though, do not share our worldview and will not hesitate to destroy us if given the chance. Relevant hints, possible rivals. You do not need to declare all our available rivals. Remember, you can right-click the alert to discard it. Having rivals will allow you to be called to their wars on the opposite side. But be cautious, our enemies can intervene in ours as well. Our manpower is our reserve of men ready to be recruited for our armies. Regulars are vastly superior to levies in battle, but they're expensive, so not everyone can afford them. If we are relying on regulars to wage war, having low manpower limits our ability to replenish armies. So do not declare war while we have low manpower. If we run out during a war, think about making greater use of levies, hiring mercenaries, or sue for peace. We can develop our nation's maximum manpower and ability to recruit a standing army with buildings. Estate privileges and laws can also impact this. Sadly, there are no buildings that we could build that would give us manpower. Okay. We can have up to 8 regulars. And they would cost camp followers and champions. Champions are elite units among tribal warriors formed by those that stand out among the ranks of the warriors for their bravery and martial abilities. Battle statistics. We have 1 combat power, 2 combat speed, and 100% flanking. 1 frontage, which is combat width. 1 initiative. 100% secure flanks. This provides a defensive bonus when there are friendly troops in a neighboring section. If both flanks are secure, the bonus is doubled. Logistics. Food storage, 0.1. Food consumption, 0.1. 2.5 move speed, 100% unit weight. Monthly maintenance costs weaponry and leather. -2 manpower. To build them, you need weaponry and leather. Okay. And then camp followers. A motley crew of merchants and families of the soldiery. Camp followers provide informal service to war bands on the march. So they don't really have much to contribute to combat power. And they have 25% morale damage taken, 25% strength damage taken. It'd be nice if that tooltip said if higher number is better or worse. I don't know what 25% strength damage taken means. They actually have 1 food storage as opposed to champions 0.1. So I'm assuming since champions need to eat, camp followers can bring the food. And they cost various resources of monthly maintenance. Yeah, I don't really want to build one. But I don't think I can anyway, so that's fine. No buildings, no locations. An alliance is a treaty between 2 countries that allows them to enter each other's wars. If we are attacked, our allies receive a call to arms. Recommended actions. Offer an alliance. Some countries will need convincing. Beware, allies may call us into their own wars. Do not ally countries that are looking vulnerable, or we might be on the losing side of a foreign war. You can dismiss a call to arms from our ally, but doing so will spell the end of our friendship and tarnish our diplomatic reputation for years to come. Well, I'm a little confused. Do I need allies when I'm in a confederacy? We have a mutual defense pact already, I think. I forget how to see the page for... Yeah, we already have assured defense. Members will join defensive wars always. So we already have a defensive pact, and we do not... We have a possible offense pact, so it's actually better this way. I don't have to join someone's offensive war. Which sounds like if you're allies, you do have to join their offensive wars, or else you lose the alliance, which is really unfortunate. So I think I'm going to ignore the agenda. Does not seem to take that into account. The first 3 hints are actually not relevant to what we need to do. Few diplomats. Diplomats are required to manage your diplomatic actions. Cancel improving relations with some countries to free some of our diplomats if we don't have enough. It seems like we have enough. Budget our diplomats for long-term plans are vital to success. All right, these hints did not really change anything. Not sure if it's worth rivaling anyone. I'm going to say no and cancel that. But rivals, if I wanted to select rivals, what tab is that on? Diplomacy, perhaps? If I don't click on the flag, I don't know how to find rivals page. Perhaps it's just an agenda. It is funny to me that the rivals hint page does not tell you how to access the rivals page. Classic. I know it's a diplomatic action. I want to see how many max rivals you can have. Like, I know that there is a action that is a hostile action. No, it's not. I don't know what it is. I thought it was... It's definitely not a friendly action. I created a rival by clicking a button on the enemy liege page. What is an enemy liege page? The page of the ruler that I wanted to rival. I think this game was made using a time machine to kidnap Paradox developers from 15 years ago. Yeah, it's like, it's actually really surreal because I look at the calendar and I'm in 2025, but it feels like I'm playing someone's UI overhaul mod for Crusader Kings 2. Especially with the like CK2 portraits in the top left corner. So it is very surreal to navigate. But anyways, I still can't find it. Okay, so it's on their page. It doesn't seem to be a diplomatic action. I just might not be... They might not be a viable target to rival or something. Not that I want to rival them. I'm just trying to figure out how. All right, whatever. I'm gonna say we're done. Are you ready to unpause? Or do I want to build a building? I have 92 gold. I should probably start building a building, right? All right, I need to click on like a place. Like here. I don't even know. Have we discovered roads? So, as far as buildings, the mason makes a lot of sense because we have natural stone. It might be the best one for us to get first. I think it is, because the other ones that we can't build many. Anyone with an X we can't build. And we don't need a stone quarry because we have natural RGO stone. It just occurs naturally. But there are buildings like the stone quarry you can get that will consume other resources to sort of artificially produce it if your county doesn't naturally. We also do have sand, but there's no reason to make sand because its profitability is so low, unless we wanted sand sort of as an ingredient for something else. But also we have natural sand, so again, that's not necessary either. Because in my brain, I'm struggling with the intuitiveness of you either have a natural resource that occurs on your tile with a RGO, or you can sort of make it at a more expensive way. Because what's intuitive to me is if you have sand, then a sand pit should let you actually utilize it, but that's not how it works. The sand pit consumes tools and lumber to create sand whole cloth. So I'm having to like kind of mentally adjust to that. But the mason makes sense because we already have the stone, and then it can just make stone bricks. Sought after constructing materials, especially for those expected to last a long time. However, stone itself is not easily handleable for construction out of the ground, so shaping it into blocks allows for greater and more easily utilization. More easily utilization, that's right. You heard it here first. Masonry. Okay, so that's like... Masonry, construction techniques come in all shapes and sizes. The ability to fabricate... Wait, didn't we just read this? But it's like different? I don't know. Anyway. I think this is the most profitable building that we can make anyways, and really just kind of makes sense. Clay pit would also be good, but takes lumber. We do have a lot of forestry. But here's the thing, right? If the stone is somewhere else, is it better to build locally? Does that make a big difference? Because like the stone is in the south. If I build the masonry in our most developed area, is the fact that the raw materials are here going to be a big deal? Or does that not matter? Have you looked at advances? Yes, we are currently learning how the alphabet works. That's our advance. Okay, just kind of wanted to check out. I just noticed that different locations have different pros and cons. Like, our capital is very hilly, which expands raw material time, which I don't know what that means. Expanding raw materials time. Road building time plus 100%. I can understand that one. Local food production minus 10%. I know everybody's asking this, but how's the game, brother? I haven't unpaused yet. So I would describe it as very confusing. I am currently climbing a cliff of knowledge to try to comprehend anything. Did they mean to write extract instead of expand? Maybe? The only thing I could think of is expanding raw materials is something that you do, I guess you could say, by increasing the resource gathering operations level? But I don't know if that's what they mean, because it doesn't mention the RGO. The opposite of contracting raw materials. Some of it's confusing, Will, because the tooltips are shaky at best. It's correct, expanding RGOs. Well, it's odd that they wouldn't just put RGO instead of raw materials, right? Because they've already created a tooltip for RGO that they use as a nested tooltip everywhere else. Road building time plus 100%. Okay, I got it. Local food production minus 10. Possible frontage, that's combat width, because it's hilly. Local monthly development is down. They freaking hate building on hills. Blocks vision from land and sea. I don't even know what that does. Movement cost for units plus 50%. Proximity impact plus 25%. But isn't that good? Do you not want more proximity impact? I don't know. Attacker penalty in combat plus 1. We are continental, normal winter, plus 50% local population capacity. The land is attractive. Yes. So people will want to move here, maybe. The woods, vegetation. Plus 25% road building. So building roads, it's both hilly and forested here. So roads are hard. Plus 50,000 population capacity. more food, more supply limit, which I don't even know where to see supply limit. Bad development, blocks vision from the sea, slow movement. Okay, we've also got it's inland location, landlocked, cannot be blockaded. Gotcha. This one is flatland. None. Flatland doesn't exist. None. Flatland represents terrain that does not have any major topographic variations, so there are no impediments for army movement or building development. Okay? Null. Continental, forested. This one's coastal, so even more population, more food, more supply, more development growth. And then the south is a plateau. Ah. So raw materials expand slower, roads are harder, development's lower, movement cost is worse. Continental, forested, and inland. All right, just want to see what all those were. Anyway, I still have the question of, does building, like, let's say I built a quarry for this stone. Does it matter where I build the quarry? Like, do they have to transport the raw materials? Does it simulate the length of time that the raw material from the RGO gets from here to there? I assume so, but I don't know where that's represented. Yeah, as long as it's in the same market, I think it's fine. I think it will show the profitability for different provinces when you try to build it. So we got cost 50 gold, 365 days, 500 laborers. I don't even know how many laborers we have, but it has to be more than 500. All pops from commoners gain 0% pop satisfaction. Available, we have 0 available laborers. Never mind. We cannot build any buildings. Each 1,000 pops eats 1 food each month, is lower class, can be promoted from peasants if... But no. We will have them, right? They will convert. They will assimilate and convert, I believe. They will promote themselves. Because we have peasants able to promote 1,000. Yeah. All right, so they'll promote. The 1.15 masonry from stone bricks will sell for 1, while the required goods cost 0.19. I mean, we're only making 0.03 profit right now. So, like, making this is going to make huge profit, I think, compared to what we have at the moment. So over here, there's 672 peasants available for promotion to laborers. And the price for us up front is the same. All pops from commoners gain pop satisfaction, whichever place. If you build it here, they gain a little pop satisfaction. Pops will promote from peasants when there are possible positions. I don't know what plus 22 means. That's how many will promote each month. So if we build up here, it sells for only 1.05 and it costs the same. But if we build it here or here, it'll sell for 1.08. So I'm just gonna build it like in the capital area for now. because we have more peasants available to promote. They promote faster, and it seems like it's a better controlled area anyways. Or sorry, hunter control. So I'm just gonna go here. Boom. 0 parentheses 1. It's beautiful. Each additional level of this building would add 0.34 to the tax base of this location. Total profit 0.34. That's over 10 times how much money we're making right now. Okay, so that's queued up. It cost us money. We have 40 ducats left, and then is there anything else I should blow some money on up front? How much does it cost to increase? Building costs 30 gold to increase the RGO. But we already have enough food via fruit for now. And also some hunter-gatherers and whatnot. I assume, perhaps incorrectly, that there's no well, actually, probably correctly, there's no reason to increase our stone RGO because we don't even have full employment yet. We only have 700 out of 1,000. So I'm assuming that if you increase it, you need more people. Right now it says we're getting 18 per month. There's 672 to promote. Employment demand will be met in 15 months. I assume that if you increase the level, it'll also increase another 1,000 people. Yeah. But output per level goes up. So if we can output more raw stone, we might be able to use the masonry that we're building to better effect. I honestly, chat, I'm gonna be real with you. So far, I haven't done anything, but the beginning of Europa Universalis 5 is indistinguishable from Victoria 3, decision-making wise. So far, I'm like, where do I produce stone, and what kind of building should I make to convert it into another resource that I can sell? So I'm curious what the big difference is. They really seem like two sides of the same coin from a novice's perspective. I know they're different, and I'm not saying they're the same, but I'm saying from like zero experience. After looking at Europa for 7 hours and playing Victoria 3 for 15 hours, I wouldn't be able to tell someone else what the difference was. Only that Victoria 3 probably has a more navigable UI tutorial and tooltips. But yeah, it's kind of been making me want to try Victoria 3 again. Now that it's had all these updates. But then I'm like, well, I have to learn something else, and I don't want to learn. So fruit, we're actually at 1,000 out of 1,000 current employment. So I don't want to increase that because we only have 1,000 peasants who can promote. So if I expand our fruit RGO, it's going to open up 1,000 slots, and therefore, like, all the peasants will start doing fruit, I think. And if I keep them right now, they can help build buildings, which I don't know if it's clear how long okay, 1st of April, 1338. That's actually faster than I thought it was going to be. They're releasing a DLC for Iberia in Victoria 3. I do love Iberia. Chat, I'm just gonna unpause. Is there anything else I should do with my 43 bucks up front that you think is good for starting a new place? I'm about to unpause. Papa Joe, thank you for 61 months. Appreciate the sub. Smiling at chat. Also, Happy Hansel, thank you for gifting a sub. That's very nice of you. Illegal Waffles says E. Hello, Illegal Waffles. Thank you for the E sub. Hummus is back. Hummus, thank you for 62-month. Omega Rodolata. Classic, thank you. Happy Hansel, thank you for gifting us a bunch of subs, actually. Sorry I missed you. Ataraxist, Mr. Danky, King Cakes. Thanks for all the gifted. Sour Sweet Tooth is back for almost half a year. Hi, Sour Sweet Tooth. And Circa, thank you for 30 months. Welcome, Circa. Cloudal fan, sorry if I mispronounced your name, with the brand new Prime. Hi. Check expenses. I mean, my expenses are 0.04 on diplomatic spending. We can't tax anybody yet, so there's really not a lot I can change. So what do you... Check what? Surely there are more tooltips to read. Yeah. Starting as a tribe is nice because you don't have any of these overcomplicated things to deal with other than the normal overcomplicated things. All right. I am gonna unpause, I guess. I need to stop losing prestige. We are hemorrhaging prestige. There is no hint available. Where's the okay, the search function. Either there is no option that comes up for prestige, or the search function doesn't work. I don't know what that would be under. Maybe this one, just scroll down. Is this not in alphabetical order? It is. It's just really long. We're only at C. Oh, this is page 1. Pirate. Dude, it's... Their Pedia page is just the tooltips. Their Europedia page is just all the tooltips that are in the game as they are, with no additional information. This is just like this prestige block right here is just the same thing that shows up when you mouse over prestige right here. There are a few noteworthy neighboring tribes that seem missing. Guess they need to save some for the tribal DLC. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. All right, I'm clicking it. Oh my god, I'm unpaused. Is that allowed? It's the 2nd of April, 1337. A whole day has passed in our great nation, the clan of Onondaga. We freaking did it. Wait, go back. Wait, no, go back. I paused. I paused because I got scared. That was thrilling, dude. That was so exciting. I don't know if I want to go on from there. Just imagine what could happen on day 3. I know, let's see. I might even go to 2 speed. Please give a warning before doing stuff like that. It's the 6th of April. I don't know, I'm scared. That seems too fast. That seems like it could be too fast. Might need to go down to real-time speed. 1 day in game is 1 day in real life. And that might be better. You know what scares me? As soon as I fall asleep tonight, I'm gonna forget every single tooltip that I just read. I've already forgotten, some say. It's gonna take 100 months to learn the written alphabet. So I'm starting to I'm starting to think we're gonna have to fast forward quite a bit to get anywhere. We haven't learned the alphabet, and we won't for like 8 years. And we're like, I also the fact that we don't know where anything on the world map is. So we can't even look to see what other people are doing because this is the only area we know of in the world. So it's like there's a surprise that's going to be brewing everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like, the countries are going to be rising and falling, waxing and waning. Eventually, they'll come over here to colonize, and we won't even know who's going to show up first. There's going to appear on the shores one day, authentic as can be. I'm going to get the real experience of the shock and surprise. I like that we know where all the Great Lakes are. We know where Green Bay is, but we don't know where the Packers play. We know where all the water is, but not any of the land that's around it. Maybe just like the coast only. Nobody's ever gotten off of the boat. Oh, dude, my body is sore. My body is sore. Does EU5 have a proc gen world option? I don't think so. I don't think so. What happened to the music? Apparently it's playing. EU4's ProcGen mode is not in this. I like ProcGen New World because then I get to like actually discover it. Yeah, that does sound cool. Almost like Grand Strategy meets like a Civilization type of map gen. That sounds pretty cool. Okay. The 20th of April. What are we doing? Increasing control in Onondaga. 77% right now. On the whole, but it's much worse down below. We're developing it via cabinet action. Average development is 0.33. And we got the construction that won't be done for 1 year. 340 days left. But the ball is rolling. The table is set. The pieces are moving. Eventually, we might even have 1% research progress. It's the 30th of April. It's May 1st. All the numbers changed. Our counselor reports shrewd. It appears that Aliquippa Otsaningo, a child of the clan of Onondaga, gained the shrewd trait. Our daughter is so freaking smart. I didn't even know that we could change their education status. But they are now shrewd. Military ability increase during education, and administrative ability increase during education. I have to look at what the page for all of our kids and family members and such. Their mind is sharp as a knife. Our other child is intelligent and will get way more administrative ability during education. And then, do we have 2 children who are shrewd? We have a super genius family? Kind of it seems like, I don't know if everybody gets shrewd or we just happen to get 3. Anyways, chat, 1 month has passed in our campaign, and I am simply too scared of our progress to press on. Onondaga. Baba Yaga. That's not how you spell it. I don't care. 1 whole month. I'm terrified. I'm terrified. I have good news and bad news. The bad news is I'm done for tonight because my brain hurts. The good news is I will actually play this again tomorrow, believe it or not. So I will bring it back tomorrow to try and explore more and find out what's going on. Honestly, the thing that I hated the most, besides the user interface and the color scheme of mustard and beige, is the tutorial. The tutorial was really off-putting for me. When even though the tutorial tooltips are infuriating in that you have to go 2 nested tooltips down to find any good information, that was still easier for me than the tutorial. The tutorial was just so pointless. Paradox tutorials have always stunk. Is not true. It's just the reputation they have. It's not true. Play the Crusader Kings 3 tutorial, get back to me. Play the Hearts of Iron tutorial, get back to me. Play the Stellaris tutorial, get back to me. Like, it's a completely misappropriated reputation. Anyway, ad starting soon, but the stream is over anyways. So I'm just giving you a heads up. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll try to be even earlier, closer to 3 p.m. Pacific. And we will go again with the same indigenous campaign and try to explore some more and see what you actually do in the game. Today was just biting off more than I could ever chew and trying to read as many tooltips as possible to figure out some of the ideas of the game and how to manipulate the basics. So I'm sure there's still 1,000 things I don't know that I will have to learn, but I've gotten through, I think, the most painful portion of the beginning. I think. But anyway, thank you all for watching. Have a great night. I will see you again for another one tomorrow. Okay? Until next time, I'm going to try and get you to send out of here on a nice little end-of-stream raid. And ship you on out. Sweet dreams of tooltips incoming. Sweet dreams. Why don't you guys all go say what up and go give some love to your boy Rule Storage, who is playing some Farming Simulator. Go say E in the chat. There's supposed to be music playing, but it's incredibly quiet. Thank you all for sticking around to the end. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna go some more tomorrow. So bringing it back. God, I haven't gotten far enough to have an opinion yet. I don't have an opinion. I need to have an opinion on the actual game portion of it and what you do. And I will temper that opinion with the knowledge that you're not really intended to go to North America and start on the Great Lakes right at the beginning. I know that. So I'm not going to be like, there's nothing to do here. There's no markets. Like, that's not going to be, there's not going to be any criticism there. I chose it because the other places were far too overstimulating. I needed somewhere that was going to have fewer things on screen. So we'll go see what else we can do tomorrow. All right. Get out of here. Good night. See you next time. Come back soon.